can't hear music. Am I supposed to hear some fun music?
I'll put it on.
I don't believe so. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Vendor Splendor 2020. This is the body piercing industry's jewelry showcase coming to you virtually since we can't do that in person right now. Thought this would be a great way to interact with some of the best vendors in our industry, see what kind of new things they have to offer, talk to them a little bit, learn a little bit more about them. So today I have with me April Thomas.
Hello. For those of you who don't know me, I am the co-owner of Born This Way Body Arts in Knoxville, Tennessee. I love jewelry. I wear a ton of it.
And also to my left here is Baron.
Hi, everyone. I'm just a piercer. My name is William Barron, and I work for Born This Way.
So humble. So humble. I am Brian Thomas, co-owner of Born This Way Body Arts, owner of Jewelry This Way, owner of Horrible Decor. I do a lot of things. I like to make things. I like to make people happy and pretty. I like to make people laugh. I like to talk to people.
You like to do live trivia at local bars.
I love to do live trivia at local bars. Yeah. I'm actually
You're
pretty
good at
boring.
trivia, actually. I think you're great at trivia.
Well, thank you. We actually, I don't want to brag, but we got first place last night. So
congratulations.
Came up 20 points on that last question, even though Baron wasn't there to answer it. He's usually our final question guy who gets a right every week. So it was sad to not have him there, but we still performed well, and I was proud of us.
I do what I can, Brian. I do what I can.
You do a great job of it. Nobody puts things in chronological order quite like you.
Good at that, at least.
We all have our skills. So let's see. Today on the lineup, we've got a really, really great bunch of people coming on today. We're going to start off with Tawapa, and they'll be joining us in just a few minutes, followed up by Uzu Organics. Man, I hope I said that right. We also have Gorilla Glass coming in from Mexico. Queen of the Ashes Jewelry is going to be joining us. Glassware Studios from out in Oregon is going to join us. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit more about Jewelry This Way. People's Jewelry is going to come out, and they've got some really cool things for us to see. My homie Paul at Tether is going to be on, and that's going to be a blast. Tether makes some really cool stuff, so it'll be fun to see that. And then we're going to close out the night with Quetzali Jewelry. Anna Paula is amazing, and she has a really innovative designs, a lot of nature and inspiration and things like that. So that's going to be a really good time too.
I'm excited to see everybody's stuff. Like not being able to go to conference this year was like some of my favorite trips of the whole year is walking the jewelry floor and seeing all the different things.
I agree.
I really enjoyed the innovation of every year at conference and seeing what people come up with is really fun to see. At least once a year,
Just feeds the jewelry habit more.
It does.
I'm really pumped about Tawapa being first on the list because they usually have one of the biggest booths at the expo. So I know they're going to have a lot to cover today, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, for sure. So little to do and so much time. Strike that. Reverse it. Am I right? Who gave me a camera and a microphone?
You did, Brian.
Damn it. Oh boy. Well, if we're lucky, we'll have a second one of these and maybe a third and a fourth. I don't know, but we'll see what happens. Baron, what are you looking forward the most to see today?
I'm looking forward to seeing what Jason's got going on at Gorilla Glass. I already see a little bit of a clip online and some cool new innovation he's got going on in the works over there. And I believe he's located in Mexico. So that'll be interesting to see.
Excellent.
For sure.
Yeah.
I love your backdrop, Brian.
Thank you. I made this backdrop for my booth at conference, which didn't end up happening. So this is really the first time I've gotten to put it up and use it, and I'm just sitting in my garage. Um, but we got to put the backdrop up, got a good use out of it, and maybe eventually one of these days it'll take a cross country trip and get to Vegas. And
It looks great. I think your little 80s outfit totally goes with it. I think you should show everybody the cool.
I'm just a giant solo cup today, so
It's so good.
it's very comfortable too. It was I, I feel like Instagram knows me better than I know myself sometimes, and the targeted ads, like I spend way too much money buying crap that gets popped up on Instagram ads. So
You mean
this
like
was
the
one
one
of them.
wheel?
Yeah, the one wheel, which now has a new home, so I'm not going to break any appendages on the one wheel anytime soon. Um,
There's that whale man link I sent you that one time.
oh yeah. There's just so much good stuff out there. But yeah, this sweatshirt came from one of those Instagram ads, and it got me sucked in. I bought several tracksuits from them. So
When I see stuff like that, I'm always like, who do they think they're making this for? And then you are who they were making it for.
you're not wrong. I, I am their targeted demographic. Well, and that's how we support small business, though, is we have to make unique items that maybe not aren't seen a whole lot, or so it's good, when you see funny things like that, even if you're like, oh, this is kind of a joke. I think it's good to support those types of companies, because otherwise we just all end up looking the same and wearing the same shit that you find at Target or something like that. So in our industry, we all love individuality, and we show the case of that with our jewelry. But I really feel like clothing should do that too, which is why I try to live every day like I'm one of the capital people from Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good to have goals. What do you got on your shirt there? Little hot sauces?
Oh yeah, I have a nice collared shirt that makes fancy sauce. Yeah, it's all
I thought they were like little lipsticks for
yeah.
some reason.
No,
No, those are
you would
his
think
underpants.
that, right? No, it's ketchup and
Oh,
was
there's mayonnaise.
yep.
It does make fancy sauce. It's
It does make
amazing.
the fancy shirt that makes fancy sauce. Yeah,
Condiment shirt.
it's my fancy shirt.
I feel like I wasn't invited to the picnic theme. You got the solo cup and the condiments, and I really should have come dressed as like
Well, it
Santa
is
or
flannel season, so you wouldn't be wrong in fashion by wearing a flannel shirt.
Mhm. I would just go and say, you're a snack. So boom.
something.
Heyo.
Oh man. So we got a couple minutes until Tawapa's on. I'm really excited to see what they've got this year. Man.
I
Well,
can't wait
been
because
in the-
their line is so extensive. They have
Yeah.
earrings and septum jewelry, and I just love that they have like threadless ends. They have everything really.
Definitely. And they've been in the jewelry industry for a long time now. Probably 10 or 15 years would be my guess. I guess we'll find out. We'll ask them here in a few minutes. But I remember when they just made like wood hanger earrings and things like that. And now they've really kept up with evolving their brand over the years and staying on trend and helping to push those fashion trends forward instead of letting our industry stay stagnant and with all that stuff. So it's really neat that they've done that, and they managed to stay innovative, and they didn't just be like, oh, I guess nobody wants wood hangers anymore, so I guess we won't do anything, which definitely is an option for some people. And I appreciate people that are always striving to push forward and push the boundaries.
I absolutely love their photography. I think it's some of the best in the industry. They've been a leader in the marketing aspect all along. So I really admire them for that.
Agreed.
It is pouring down rain here. Is it raining where you guys are at?
It sure is. What about the rest of you tuning in? Is it raining where you're at? Thank you for chiming in. Well, we got 21 people watching. I feel like I'm on CNN or something right now. Breaking news.
You don't have the wand.
Oh yeah.
You should just hold up your microphone to your mic, just to be like, oh yeah, they even hooked it. Just make sure you
Yeah.
can see that's not connected to anything. I think that'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I think April's referring to the microphone that I use when I tell jokes over on Jokes This Way on Instagram. So that's always a good time if you'd like to give that a follow at Jokes This Way. I don't post very often because I rarely find myself to be funny, although other people do. But
It's just an
yeah,
archive of dad jokes,
pretty
and it's
much.
hilarious.
Yep.
It goes back
That
a
it
few
is.
years, right, Brian?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, at least 3 years or so. Of course, I probably haven't posted but one or two jokes in the last year, but
But
the
there were
old
so many jokes this year.
ones are funny. So
This is the year we needed your jokes, Brian.
I know. But I felt like everyone else where I was just a little, I was a little down. So just wasn't feeling as funny as I normally am.
I don't think anyone was feeling funny during everything.
I had a lot of good laughs, but a lot of good cries. It was definitely both.
I tried a dad joke on a client the other day. Come to find out that the girl didn't know what a Zippo was, so it took away the punchline.
Your joke flopped.
Yeah, it's what's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo?
I don't know, Baron.
One's heavy and one's a little lighter.
I love that one.
Hold on.
Boom. There it is.
You
Edit
have all
that.
the sound effects, man. I'm just sitting here on my couch in my living room.
Oh, really? That's so sad. I'm just kidding. You're magical, April.
I need personal sound effects all the time. Of course.
Well, there's no cat in here to blame, so you'll have to blame it.
Yeah, they were probably, well, not that it's raining, but I would say they were probably out on the catio. Let's do it.
Run it.
All right. Joining us is Tawapa. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear us okay? It looks like your microphone is muted.
There we go.
There you go. Hi.
Hi. Thanks for
We're
joining
so
us.
happy to have you here.
I'm so excited for this. This is
Excellent.
so awesome. This is like your first time doing this. I'm so glad. We were even thinking about doing like a virtual thing one day, and I was like, then we got your email. I'm like, this is perfect.
Oh, awesome. So introduce yourself. What's your name?
My name is Maribel, or some folks call me MD. I'm the sales rep and merchandiser for Tawapa. I've been with the company for going 7 years now. So it's a small, great company, family vibe. And I'm just happy to be here and showing you guys our new stuff.
Phenomenal.
Are we already live?
Wait to see what you have. I cannot wait. I was just telling them before you got on that you're some of my favorite because you always have so many different things to look at, and your marketing and merchandising is always like super cutting edge. So I'm really pumped to see what you guys have.
Thank you. I'm excited to show you. Are we already live? And like, how is this?
We are live right now. So
wow. Okay, we're like the first one, right?
yes,
Yeah. So where do
Okay.
you want to start?
What was that?
Where do you want to start?
Where do I want to start? Okay. Let's see. Well, I would like to show you. Well, first off, we have some folks on Instagram that kind of we want to tell folks to check out this live on YouTube. So I'm gonna go direct them on Instagram right now.
Yeah.
So that folks know where to go, because this is so
Thank you.
fun. It's everybody's first time.
I think this year has made us all innovate in our own ways. I mean, we've all had to kind of restructure and rethink our businesses.
Yeah. Okay. 1 sec.
So I have a question. We were discussing before you came on here. How many
Sure.
years has Tawapa been in business now?
Tawapa has been in business. We're going 25 years. This new AP 2021 APP.
Wow.
So
I was
yeah.
way off. I thought about
Yeah.
15, but yeah.
Oh no, we've been
Crazy.
around for a long time.
That's super cool.
Amazing.
So okay, we're live on Instagram. Hi folks. Just wanted to direct you to our YouTube live vendor Splendor. There should be a link that Janelle is going to post on there. Please check out the YouTube live. So you get to meet all our lovely hosts and the rest of the crew and the other vendors too. Okay, so I wanted to show you some of our new 2021 collection that a lot of folks haven't seen yet. Usually me and the other rep, Melissa, go on the road to show the newest collection, to get pre-orders, and also folks had first dibs on any of our solid gold and our new hoops and weights and everything, all the new goodies. So because we didn't really get to do that, this is our chance to show everybody all the new stuff. Every collection or every year, we come out with a collection of hoops.
Ooh la la.
All these goodies right here.
And it looks like those are all pretty small gauge, so they're a lot of people have to wear them. They can wear them without stretched ears, correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
With stretched or without stretch, you can wear them. And all this new stuff is available and in stock for wholesale and piercing shops. And if you are a retail client, please email or contact your favorite piercer so they can order it for you. Or you could also email us at info@tawapa.com. And then here is some weights, some cool weights. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love this nature theme you have going on.
Yeah, we have some praying mantis, bats, rhinoceros, hornbills, lilies, ants.
Very cool.
Yeah. I love all those things.
And then, of course, we have our eyelets. This is just some of our popular best-selling eyelets here. We start at 8 gauge, and we can go up to 2 inches depending on the design. You see that okay? Yeah.
You guys have had some really classic designs that I feel like are just really timeless. I mean, you can pretty much wear anything through them and they still have like this really cool depth.
Yeah. We also have these clickers, some of our new clickers here.
Yes.
Can you
And
tell us more about
then
your
the new-
clickers?
What was that?
Can you tell us some more about your clickers? I see there's some different, is there some different colors of gold there?
Yeah, our clickers are all sterling silver, and then they're plated rose gold or gold. And they also come in 3/8 or 5/16 in 14 or 16 gauge. And some of our clickers are perfect for like helix or even the doth or daith. And then we have our gold. Our best-selling right now, our best-selling pieces are all our gold. Everyone's into gold right now. So we have genuine turquoise, genuine opal. We also have some synthetic opals and CZs. So any of our gold continuous rings and threadless pins can be ordered and customized with any of our precious gems or CZs or any gem that you choose.
Can you bring some of those threadless ends up closer to the screen so we can see them a little bit better?
Yeah.
Because I see you have a ton of options there, but I can't quite make out some of the detail.
Let me see if you can see that. It's kind of dark, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. I will show you our line sheet. If I can share a screen of our line sheet, so you have a better image, an idea of how they look close up. We also have ear cuffs.
Yeah.
I've been getting a lot of clients and they've been asking for cuffs and more so.
Ear cuffs, yeah, we have solid gold with gems or sterling silver plated.
Nice.
That's what's up.
Then we have more pins. These are all our gems. So all of this that you see here is in stock right now. So please email us, let us know what you're interested in. We can give you a price list. And they're available in pairs or singles, however you want it. You got yellow gold, white gold, rose gold, available in white diamond, black diamond, emeralds, rubies, blue sapphire. What else?
Are these charms down here in the
Amethyst.
middle?
What was that?
Are these charms down here in the middle?
Yeah, these are new charms. I'll show you.
Cute.
Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
These are limited. This is kind of like a new release. So let us know if you're interested in any of these.
How big is the hoop or the loop on those charms? Like, what's the biggest ring you can fit through those?
They're pretty big. They fit through like a 14 gauge. Yeah, we haven't had issues.
Accessory to add to just like a plain ring.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's like a big thing right now, right? We have more charms here, and then we have these pins. These are without gems, solid gold without gems, and also continuous rings without gems. Some of our chain link, barbed wire, the plume, these are new and these are really popular. They start at quarter inch, 5/16 or 3/8.
You guys have such an extensive collection.
We do. And here's more charms.
Are those little skulls?
Yeah, they are.
Yay.
So we have these in stock right now too. And if we don't have anything in stock, you just pre-order it and they should ship in a month or two, depending on the item and the popularity. And all our solid gold is made here in downtown LA. And they come with stainless steel pins. So they're pretty strong.
Yeah, that makes it nice and sturdy.
Really strong. And then we have some more hoops here, like.
Ooh.
That's April's jam right there.
Yes.
This is all kind of limited.
Now, by limited, you mean that there's only one of each pair, or?
Some of them are like these big Luna hoops. It's usually just one of each.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Or
exclusive drops.
Yeah, exclusive drops. Or we only have a small amount that we made. And you could order it. We could try to get more, but that's pretty much our whole collection. I mean, there's so much more. We have a lot. If you go on tawapa.com, you can check out our whole line. Retail clients, check that out. And if you're a wholesale piercing shop, you can register as a wholesale account and you'll get access to order anything you want. And you'll also have first dibs of all the new stuff. so your clients can get it first. And we have a special discount code for anyone watching this right now.
What?
If you are a
That's so
retail
cool.
client, just enter Splendor, all caps, at your checkout at the cart when you check out, and you'll get 25% off. And then if you are a wholesale client, enter vendor, all caps. This does not include gold, so any of our weights, eyelets, septum clickers, you'll get 25% off also.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
awesome of you guys.
Yeah, that's super
Yeah.
cool.
We
Yeah.
have a little, let me see. I can show you. Can I share a screen?
You sure can.
How do I do that?
I don't know.
Oh, here it is. Share a screen.
Shout outs to our homie Chris, who's behind the scenes running this show, because the older I get, the less technology I understand. So I'm glad to find people who are experts in that field and can help us out with that kind of stuff.
What I love most about the Tawapa collections is that you guys have such a vast, like your options are huge. Like you have really classic designs that if somebody just likes simple and they don't like anything too flashy, you've got really great, unique designs for that. And then if you want to be like total baller, blinged out, like you've got that stuff too.
Totally. Really versatile. Now we got these new charms, as you can see. I put them in my braids.
What?
That's so cute. Yes.
Yeah.
I should put some charms in this. That's the new trend. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so. I mean, like, hey, we make our own trends, right? Our industries.
That's right. We do. I like that attitude.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have everything. You can get fancy. I mean, we got gunmetal for folks that just like black, you know. But right now, our gold is doing really well. People want that gold. And our turnaround time is pretty, it's pretty reasonable. It doesn't take too long because it's all locally made here in downtown LA. And we're a small team, so I'm the one that like picks the gems out for the cavities. So it's
Nice.
like all hands on here. We're like a small family of 4, sometimes 5, you know,
That's
wow.
depending
so
on
awesome.
how much work we have. Yeah.
Well, you guys are definitely busting your ass, because that's a lot of output as far as the work goes for just such a small team. That's really impressive.
Oh, definitely. And yeah, we give each other like great feedback. It's great. That's why I've been here for 7 years now, and I don't want to go anywhere, right? It's
That's
great.
awesome.
And our industry is so fun too, you know.
Definitely.
I miss everyone. APP. It's been so sad that we didn't get to see each other this year, but hopefully next year I get to meet you all in person.
Yes, yes.
I don't know how to share screen. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Uh-huh. Oh, there you go. Can you see that?
I can. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is our new this is our latest and current catalog. So
Love
you
it.
have an idea.
Before you guys came on, that's what I was telling everybody that I loved about you guys the most, is that your photography has always been really forward thinking and super cutting edge. And I just love the marketing and the professionalism that you guys have really driven our industry to level up to.
Thank you. We appreciate that feedback. It's always, every year is always a challenge to see, you know, always one up yourself, you know.
Yeah.
But fortunately, we are a really fun, creative team. And we just did an amazing shoot a couple of weeks ago with Coco and Breezy. And they're going to be featured in a new campaign. So these are some of our ends that we have available right now. I'm just going to scroll slowly so folks can have an idea.
Excellent. What are some of your favorite pieces?
This curve right here, bestseller. Like this, we can never keep it on stock.
I want to know, what are some of your favorite pieces?
Oh, mine.
Yeah.
Right now I'm into the charms, and I really love these. That's why I put these on, because they have this really cool detail. I don't know if you can see it, but it I don't know. It looks cool with the light kind of shimmering
Neat, yeah.
or reflecting on there. Oh, and our new weights that we haven't released yet. These are fun. These lilies.
Oh, those are pretty.
Those are pretty. I love
Yeah.
how big and forward facing they are.
Yeah, they hang nicely too. These come in brass and metal. Let's see.
Definitely gonna have to get online and take a look at your guys' weight collection.
Oh, for sure. We have
I
so
always
many.
love some good ear weights.
They're always
So-
good, but I really like this nature, like bugs and mantises. Like that's my jam. That's great.
Here's our continuous rings.
Ooh.
And our ear cuffs.
Ear cuffs are definitely an upcoming trend, I think, for our area. You know, we've always kind of talked about them and pushed them a little bit, but like it's definitely finally picking up here with people asking about them.
Yeah. So all of these current hoops that I'm showing, these are online right now and available for retail if they're in stock.
I love the different shapes and textures that you guys are always creating.
Yeah, the owner, Phoebe Monona, she is the creative director and sole designer of every collection. And we're always amazed every year with how much she busses out. And we're just like, where is this? It's just so much. Sometimes we kind of have to like slow down a little bit because it can get overwhelming when we're showing so many things at the same time to like our clients, you know?
Mhm.
Definitely. Oh, those tentacles are really cool.
Yes.
Those are super neat.
Yeah, we have these in stock right now too.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a pair of those.
Those are super cool. They're like a newer version of the kind of coil weights that were so popular for so long.
Yeah.
I like that they're just like a little daintier too.
Well, and thanks to Tawapa's discount code of vendor, I can get 25% off my wholesale order.
There you go.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
That is super awesome. How long is that going on for?
I think that's only going until the end of the month, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just for this event.
Yeah.
Well,
So these
we got to
also
get on
come,
that.
yeah, and yeah, definitely get on that. Our eyelets, they come in single flare too in these styles.
Your photography is so pleasing to me. Like just the makeup and the styling and just the whole production of it is just stunning.
Thank you. Shout outs to our photographer, Brian Love. He can be found on Brian Love Co on Instagram. He's amazing. He's a go-to photographer. So that's our line right now. You can see all of this on tawapa.com. And yeah, I think there's a short video that we can play, and also the discount codes information that we can post at the end.
Excellent. Yeah.
I
That's
also
so
want to
cool that
point
you
out
guys made
how
a
much
video.
I love how your latest designs are so gender neutral. Like it's kind of hard when we have so many dainty things that's really hard to cater to that more masculine kind of client anyway. And all of this stuff is like so androgynous. It's wonderful.
Definitely.
Oh, I appreciate hearing that. Yeah. try to be inclusive and versatile, right?
Definitely.
Do you have that?
So just as a quick reminder for people who So for anybody who is kind of just tuning in, I want to remind them about the 25% off discount that Tawapa is doing for wholesalers. That's super generous of them. So what was the code? Is vendor, right?
Vendor, all caps for piercing shops, wholesale clients, and Splendor, all caps for retail clients.
That's so awesome of
There
you guys.
should be I thought oh, it is.
And that graphic actually says that you guys are doing private virtual appointments. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about those and how that works?
Yeah, because like we have these travel restrictions. I just was inspired to just create virtual appointments with any shops that are interested, especially now. And because you invited us, it kind of like lit the fire under me, and I'm just like, oh, this is a perfect way to just like kind of get the ball rolling for virtual appointments. So this could be like a new thing, like we got to stay innovative, right?
Yep.
So if there's any piercers, wholesale clients that would like to schedule an appointment with me to check out the collection through Zoom, please email us at info@tawapa.com. So we can schedule like the best time and day for you. I realize it's challenging when it's during business hours, so we'll work with our schedules.
For sure. That's great that you guys are doing that. I mean, it's really
with everything.
Yeah, this past 6 months or so has really shown us that our jobs have almost changed from what they used to be, and now we have to kind of rethink the way that we're doing business, and the fact that we have this method of communication where you can do this and show us things virtually. It does suck that you can't be at our studios and we can't physically hold it and touch it, but I think this is a great medium to still reach out there and make that connection with our clients. I love it. And it's also greener for the environment because we don't have to travel as much to showcase jewelry. So that's also a plus. Is there anything else that you would like to add in? It looks like our time with you is almost up, unfortunately, but.
I think that's pretty much it. Just email us info@tawapa.com for any questions, wholesale or retail. If there's something that is not on the website, just email us and we'll let you know where to get it or how to get it or when it's going to be available. Because a lot of this stuff is also a preview for wholesale clients only. But we try to support our piercing clients by sending customers to your shops so that
and we appreciate that.
Get that support too,
Sure.
Especially with gold, right? Like with solid gold, if there's a solid gold piece that you want, please let us know who your favorite piercer is or what shop you go to so they can order it for you and install it for you.
And you guys are so quick with shipping too. I recently ordered some stuff for my shop and I got it in a couple of days. Like you guys are super fast.
Good. I'm so glad. Yay. We try.
Yeah, when UPS does their job right, we all win, right?
Right.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for this really professional presentation. I'm so excited about your new collection. I'm sorry we couldn't see it in person this year, but this is definitely like a killer first vendor to have on our new vendor Splendor.
I'm so happy you invited us. Thank you for thinking of us. We
Of
appreciate
course.
all of you, and we hope we all continue to thrive, right?
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Stay
Well, thank you
safe.
so much. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Who do we have next, Brian?
Whew. That was a doozy, wasn't it? That was great. Man, so much that we got to see. Like I've already been sitting here on the iPad with Baron. We've been looking at some of the website, and I've got a couple list of things that I think I want personally, but I'm definitely sure we'll find some good stuff for the studio too. So that's great. I believe up next we have Kale with Uzu Organics. I hope I said that right. She'll correct me if I'm wrong. It's okay. Kale's a sweetheart. I'm really excited that she's going to be on here. She makes some of the most like creative things that I think I see on the expo floor every year. It's like using mediums like knitting and crocheting in body jewelry. And I know that sounds wacky if you've never seen it before, but like hopefully she'll have some of these to share with us on this. But like when I first saw that, I was like, holy shit! Like, no, whoever thought of this before? Nobody. Or the terrarium pieces. Get out of
Yeah,
here!
she does use some
Incredible.
really, really unique materials in her designs for sure. And I think she
Yeah.
does a one-person show too. So she's doing it all herself, which I've obviously got to give credit to for somebody to be able to stay diligent enough to run your own piercing studio and also make jewelry.
Yeah. Well, and isn't she on the APP board as well?
Yeah, she is. She's a current member of the board.
So that she got a lot on her plate, so good for her. I know you guys can't hear me talk to our behind the scenes person, Chris, but Chris, do we have Kale ready to go? Excellent.
There's Henry.
Looks like we got a couple minutes there. So April, what was your favorite piece that you saw from Tawapa?
I'm really into so much of that, the mantises and
Oh, the creepy crawlies.
yeah, I totally dig all that stuff. Honestly though, the entire collection is really wonderful for our clients, like because everything is so neutral but really like innovative shapes. I really like the geometry of so many of their designs. I just think it's really cutting edge. And honestly, simplicity is really popular right now too. And I think they do a really good job of balancing like simplicity with like still that bling.
I agree. I knew that when I asked you what your favorite was going to be, you were going to say they're all my favorite, and you're right. Like that's the problem we always have in our shop is trying not to buy everything that's out there to offer
I
because we
love those big
definitely
mirrored earrings too.
yeah.
Ugh.
So I just got word that it looks like Kale is ready to go, so we're gonna bring her on here. Come on, internet.
Gotta fix my bow tie.
You look very dapper today with that bow tie, Baron. I gotta
It's
say.
the only bow tie I actually own. I really need to spruce up my.
Just go visit Miro and take all of his.
Yeah, I could do that too.
Yeah. Hi, Kale.
Hi, Kale.
Hi,
Hello.
Kale.
How are you
That's
doing?
going to be hard to follow up. I feel like my company is not nearly as fancy as what we just experienced there.
It's fancy in its own way, Kale. Don't
Exactly.
stop yourself.
But you
I
have
need
some
to-
unique stuff that it's great in the big grand scheme of the variety that we want to show today.
Definitely.
I guess that's true.
You're
How are
so
you guys?
humble.
Tell
We're
us a
great.
little bit.
Faces.
Tell us about you. Like, how long have you been making jewelry? What kind of inspired you to start making jewelry?
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kale. Hello. I own Uzu Organics,
I
which
did
was
say it right.
originally called Uzumaki, which is it means spiral in Japanese because I really like spirals. And there's a really cool Japanese comic called Uzumaki. And if you ever get the chance, you like some weird art and stuff, check it out. It's amazing. Anyway, I started making jewelry in 2010. So it's been 10 years,
10 years.
Since I started making the jewelry. My company actually started off as like accessories, like knitted accessories. I like to knit and crochet and macrame and do all that fun stuff. So that's how my company actually started. And then it started kind of growing a little bit. I got into making crochet earrings, which is kind of what pushed me into like wire wrapping and just doing some other crazy things with jewelry. Most of what I make is unique. I try not to duplicate much. Some of my recent stuff is duplicated, but even then it's still unique because of the nature of the product. But all of my crochet earrings, the macrame earrings, anything that's knitted, is all unique. So I try not to make the same thing twice. So yeah, I don't have like a fancy showcase like Tawapa does
It's
to show
okay.
off.
But you're
I
in your
do.
beautiful studio. You should tell us a little bit about that too.
Yeah, my studio's looking all right. It's looking pretty cute these days.
I
I
love
am
those
at work, yeah,
walls.
so I apologize if the phone rings, but yeah, it's been crazy juggling a new studio and the jewelry company. I'm in many ways kind of glad that I did not have to vend at conference this year because it would just like the studio and the company, it's just a lot. So
Mhm.
I'm a lot more prepared for next year. I'll be bringing twice as much jewelry to conference. I have a lot of new terrarium designs, which I will not be showing you today because
Aw,
it's a surprise.
aw.
But I have some stuff to show. Um,
I love those
and
terrarium pieces. They're so cool.
what?
I said I love those terrarium pieces. I think they're so
Thank you.
cool.
Yeah, I'm wearing a pair right now.
Oh,
These
look
are like
at
my little mini globes. They're like little bitty guys.
Yeah.
For those people that don't want the huge honkin' ones, or when you have huge ears like me, those big ones kind of hang down to your boobs,
yeah.
and it just looks kind of silly. I mean, and to me, some people like that, go for it. Um, I don't have any terrariums with me today, but I will show some pictures. I do have some crochet stuff. I have been working on some new crochet designs, believe it or not. Let me flip my screen here. Here we go. These aren't the new designs, but I just have some pieces to show if anyone was interested in looking.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
an old design that I don't really make anymore. Most of the time I do this style. So it's got, I don't want to touch it too much without a glove on, but it's got like a clasp style so it like doesn't fall out of the ear.
Oh, that's
I've
smart.
also been making these. These are like, oh, come on, focus, focus.
Ooh.
It's not going to focus, of course not. Oh, there we
Usually,
go.
like the
Whatever.
prettier of piece of jewelry is, or the more bling it has, the harder time a camera has seeing it. You know.
Right? Yeah, so I've been experimenting more with that with like some beadwork. And I've got a couple other pieces in here too. These are some older kind of designs that I don't really do anymore, but I still have a few kicking around. Some people really like them. Um, I have
We
been
sold quite
doing
a few
some
of those
bead
at our
stuff.
studio. I think our clients really enjoyed them, the ones that we were able to get our hands on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, I know that you guys have always picked up a few things from me at conference, which I've always
Well,
appreciated
I
that.
try to, but unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say it's unfortunate. It's great. The fact that your stuff is so unique and so many one-offs that it's like as soon as those expo doors hit, like if I don't get over there and snag the cool stuff from KO, like it's gonna be gone before I ever make it over there.
Mhm.
So you really got that exclusivity, kind of like that Kanye status with your jewelry, you know, where like those drops hit and it's gone. So you better get it if you want it. So I like
It's
that.
it's crazy. Like I never thought my company would ever be like that. Like I never considered my stuff to be that cool. Because
None
there's
of us think we're
so
as
much
cool as
like
you.
other cool stuff on the expo floor. Like, and I know that my stuff is very different than the norm. So like I never thought it was like, I don't know, that exciting. And people have always found it very exciting. I first started selling my stuff at the conference at the Leroy booth, because
I
I used to
remember.
work the Leroy booth. And Terry would let me sell, like at first I was only doing the wire wrap and the crochet stuff. But as my company just started growing, it was actually Terry that kind of pushed me into trying to do my own thing. Like, he misses that. Like, I mean, I miss working for him, and he didn't want to lose me, but like expanding into getting my own booth and like just doing my own thing has like really made my company kind of take off. And it's crazy. I do have some pictures of terrariums if people want to check them out. These are my most popular thing right now. People can't get enough of them. When I sell them at conference, they are gone within a couple of hours.
Oh yeah.
Even last year, I brought twice as much stock and I still sold out in the first few hours. So
That's incredible.
this
I still
year,
haven't
I'm
seen a
bringing
pair.
twice as much as last year. So I don't know.
So it'll all be gone in 3 hours this time.
Right?
Maybe quicker.
I am also doing a sale. I don't generally sell my stuff to the public. It's usually just to piercers at the conference. But I will be selling a limited run of terrariums coming up in the next week or two. It's very limited. I'm not going to say how many, but less than 20 pairs. So
We'll take 5.
keep an eye out on my page. I'm not taking special orders. I am not holding anything for anyone. It's a first come, first serve basis. And I'll be making the announcement on my Instagram page, which is just Uzu. It's UZU_organics for anyone who wants to check that out.
Excellent.
I'll share some pics. How do I? Oh yeah, I use Zoom all the time, and I'm still a mess.
On the
Excuse
spot scale, that's why.
me.
You honestly have some of the most unique materials in the whole industry. And I think that's probably why, your collections move so fast on the floor, because we've never seen anything like it from anybody else.
It's true. Oh, those are
thank
beautiful.
you.
I love that
Yeah,
teardrop
so
shape.
this is a newer style. I first initially only started out with teardrops, but this is more like a pointy boys is what I call them because I couldn't think of a better name. The lower pair is actually a glass that is purple. And I do have some other colors of glass that we're working on this year. All my glassware is custom made from Glassware Studios, by the way, who I think is a part of this vendor Splendor today.
They are.
Maybe?
They'll be on here a little bit later. Yeah.
So Ryan is the one that makes my glass for me, but don't try to get him to make it for you because he won't. Don't do it. I'll show y'all some more stuff here. So yeah, these are just like the terrariums. Oh, here's another, this is the purple. Unfortunately, I
great.
only had 2 pairs of these last year and they were like nabbed up faster than anything. I could not believe how fast those went. So I want to try to have more this year. And then these are, God damn it, phone, stop.
Honestly, plants are really on trend right now anyway. Like all of the plant groups I'm in are just blowing up. Like there are thousands and thousands of people that are just in love with houseplants and gardening. And
Yes.
I mean, these are so attractive to that clientele because they can't really express their love for plants in any other way.
Right. And I make a lot of terrariums at home, like big glass domes and things like that. So one day I was just like inspired. I had these like smaller kind of pieces that I was putting like a little fern in, and I don't know, like it just like clicked in my head. I was just like, how can I make this into an ear weight? Like how can I do this? And I was working with someone else at the time, and then I was kind of I was trying to like get some ideas out of them, but like the creative process with these was not easy because they're not an easy thing to create. So once I started working with Ryan at Glassware, he had some great ideas too. and we really vibed well together. And he's the perfect person to make my glass for me, because he is also creative and has all these wonderful ideas, and will also tell me if he can or cannot do something, because I've definitely drawn him some things and I'm like, do this, and he's like, I can't do that. But I'm still trying, so if you're listening right now, sorry. But yeah, so I do have some new designs coming out hopefully for next conference. I'm doing some, I'll talk about a couple of styles. I don't want to give too much away, but one is going to be almost like a pendant style, so I can even attach an 18 gauge hook to them. So they'll be universal for, unlike these where it's just the hook is just one size. These will be able to have a metal hook or a brass hook or whatever. They can attach to a spreader hook, anything like that. So I'll have some globes, I'll have some flatter type of pendants. And I'm also trying to work on maybe a spiral design. With the pointy ones and the teardrops, I am going to be collaborating with someone. I don't want to give too much away, but we're gonna have some like serious gold drip on these
Ooh.
terrariums and chains. Terrariums with chains, like that's just like a piercer dream.
Right.
Like, how can you become any more piercer? A terrarium with chains.
And one black arm.
So
Yeah.
it's going to be pretty ridiculous. I've also had some ideas. I have not worked on this design yet, but I'm hoping to have a couple prototypes maybe for conference, but a septum piece that is a terrarium.
What?
So yeah, it's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna be able to do it, but I'm gonna try to make it happen.
Make
So
one.
I hope that we can at least have a prototype or two. It'll be pretty small, but I'm gonna try to figure it out.
So can you tell
Um,
us a little bit more about these terrariums and like the maintenance and stuff? Like basically you just have a little live piece of moss, right? And you don't have to do anything to it?
so I do have two different types. I have live moss and I have a preserved moss. I like to use the preserved moss more because it does last longer, but it still needs a little bit of maintenance. Even though it's preserved, if you store them in sunlight, it does turn brown. So you can't like have them in sunlight and you can't water them. The great thing about these types of terrariums is that they have a little hole in the back, and so they're able to collect like the air from the atmosphere, and that is kind of what they live off of. So
Hmm.
the that is great for the live moss, but for the preserved moss, again, can't store it in direct sunlight. But the great thing about the preserved moss is that you can keep it in a closed container. So I do make some terrariums that have like cork tops. I glue the top in so you can't open it, but or it doesn't like fall out of your ear. But I have thought about doing some enclosed type of terrariums with ferns, like live ferns. And that would have to be a cork style piece that would definitely need more maintenance. You couldn't store it in direct sunlight, but you would have to spritz it once a month or so because, it's only going to be able to last so long. But with those, it's great too because you don't technically have to air them out or anything like that. And the great thing about corks is that they are a little bit porous, so it's going to be a little bit breathable in there. But yeah, the maintenance is pretty easy. It's mostly just don't store them in sunlight. Um, the moss will last for years. I've been making some basic terrariums for some time. And there's a couple of pairs out there that I made like 5 or 6 years ago that are still looking fabulous today. So as long as you just store them in the right place, they should be fine. If you have them in your studio, make sure that where they're at in the case isn't really experiencing any direct sunlight either. That's something I experienced with this case behind me. It gets a lot of sunlight, so when I have terrariums in there, I have to kind of block them or I have to put them somewhere else, just so they're not going to die in the sun.
Kayla,
Um,
Do you give a card out showing like what the maintenance is for these, or is it just kind of?
Yeah, I didn't in the past, but I do now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like before I was just like telling people, but then I realized that that was an issue because you can't just tell people stuff they forget. So yeah, now I have like on my little Uzu Organics card on the back, it says terrarium maintenance. But it's the same with the crochet ones. Like you don't also want to store those in direct sunlight either because the thread isn't really treated for UV. So like if there's even if they're in your case at the studio, like if the sun's hitting them all day, it's going to discolor them. Might mess with the threads a little bit. The stones on them will be fine, but you'll mostly just want to watch the threading.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, that's good to know. I would have never thought about that actually.
Well, that makes sense. Sunlight makes sense. Sunlight bleaches a lot of things.
yes,
Like
it does.
everything,
Yeah.
including humans.
So yeah, that's all I really got. I have some more screenshots if people want to see more of my stuff.
Yes, please.
Of
Absolutely.
course we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do more than terrariums and crochet weights. I also do a little bit of wire wrapping. Not traditional wire wrapping, more kind of like simple. Here's a nice pair that I made. I don't remember who
Ooh,
bought these from me, but that's hematite with 14 karat gold beads.
very pretty.
So yeah, just like kind of some basic like wire, like boho kind of like stuff. You know, the ladies that come into my studio really like that stuff. Oh, come on, share screen again. I've also got, oh, I make styles like this. These are like I call these fish tails.
I remember
Um,
these. These are
they can
gorgeous.
be jumbo, they can be small, and I can put pretty much any type of stone in there, depending on what you're picking out and what I have in stock. I also, oh, my phone wants me to do everything. Oh, I also last year I released this newer design of the crochet weight. They're like jumbo hoops. They're huge. They're like the size of your hand.
Nice.
They're great for stacking too. So if you're wearing like a bunch of gold rings and then you want like a little flare, you can throw in a pair of these too. I definitely want to start making more of those. I only had a handful of them last year. They're super, super cute.
Yeah, those are hot.
Yeah, I like them. I want to do more with the chains. I have been doing more with the chains on the crochet. I these were a design that I started doing last year. The chain with the crochet pieces. I don't know. I just think chains are super cool and they're pretty hot right now. They're like in.
Yeah.
Everyone loves a gold chain. So
They just
I
look great on everyone, you know?
yeah, they just give that little extra fanciness and that you didn't realize you needed. What else do I got on here? Oh, I've got these guys. I was trying to find all the stuff that I saved. These are like kind of wire wrapped, a little bit
Ooh,
different of a design. You know, just I like to experiment a lot and mess around. Like I hate making the same thing twice. I've never really been like I don't know. I've never really been into just making the same thing over and over. So the terrariums are a little different because the glass pieces might all be the same, but the inside is different. Plus, it's a little zen for me to you know just the hole is very small in the back. You know, sometimes as small as like a 4 millimeters. So I have these little special tools that I made to stuff the things in there, and it's very time consuming, and you need a lot of patience. But it's a nice just zen practice, just making
it
like just
is.
putting little plants inside of a piece of glass. It's just very lovely. So each piece is unique. Even the pairs I try to make very similar, but it's not easy making the same thing twice with these. Um, so yeah, I don't know. That's what I got.
Terry has such a like it's like couture, right? Like our clients know that it's not just exclusive, but it's like whatever you have, you're the only person wearing that particular design, and that is a huge selling point in my opinion. Like our clients love knowing that our stock changes over and that not everybody in town is going to be wearing the same thing that they're wearing. But it goes especially further with like your earrings and your designs, because you really aren't going to see anybody else wearing that. So
Right. Yeah, and I like that too. Like I've always liked unique earrings and just unique jewelry. I do want to branch into making more necklaces and bracelets. I have been doing a lot more beadwork lately, and I have been making some beaded necklaces that I want to feature at conference next year. So you can get your beaded earrings and your beaded necklaces. I'd really like to
That whole
experiment
fit.
with some
I like it.
like this is going to be insane, but this is an idea that I had recently of doing you know how you get those big thick brass necklaces like the tube. I
mhm.
want to try to maybe do something like that, but with like a terrarium style, just like a big bulky, like just like
Yes,
boom.
like a
Here's a
choker.
huge ass like necklace, and then the chains attached to the back so it can like attach to your neck, but it's just like a big tube, and it's just like a little plant in there. Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
I see. I'm blowing April's mind right now.
Are.
I'm gonna buy that for
I want to
sure.
be the one to wear around a terrarium necklace. Ugh.
Of course you
I don't
do.
even know what I don't even know like what I would even charge for something like that. Like I don't think I would make very many if it came to it, but just a few. They would be very exclusive, but
Yeah, get those
like
devices.
to be one of the people that owns it, like I don't know.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at April.
Yes.
Well, this was super fun. I really appreciate you guys letting me be a part of this. I
Oh,
didn't think my jewelry was cool enough, and apparently I am.
No, it's super cool. Thank you so much for showing us. And I just think it's really, you found your niche, and seeing the piercing community just develop over the years and different people like really taking what they love and morphing it into something that we can all enjoy is such a joy to see. So
I
I'm really
agree.
glad that we had you on here, because it's, having Tawapa and then having you, like this company that has been in the industry for 25 years, and then you who's a piercer and a studio owner, and you've got this really unique thing. Like, I just love the variety that we have coming today, and you are a very important part of that.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Well, I mean, if anyone wants to follow my pages, I don't have a website, but it is just Uzu underscore organics on Instagram. I do have a Facebook page as well. I do have Etsy, and you can buy the crochet weights on there. All the ones that you saw in the case earlier are all listed for sale. I also do wholesale and do custom orders, not on the terrariums, but on everything else I do custom orders on. So if you are a studio and you can prove that to me, I can sell wholesale to you. My Etsy store is just Miss Kale or .etsy.com. And you can find all those links on my Instagram and Facebook pages as well. Yeah, thanks.
No, thank you for being on. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it. And it's a shame that we don't get to see your face at conference and give you a big hug this year. But I think this is a great way to showcase some stuff and still get to connect with one another. So I'm really happy you were a part of this.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you for doing this. This was a super fun idea. And hopefully I'll see you guys at conference next year. I don't think I'll
Absolutely.
ever hug anyone ever again after all of this, but maybe we can like elbow tap or something.
We'll have a hand signal that we can both do.
Yeah, that's
Like a
fine.
hug thing.
Air high fives.
Right?
Yeah.
From across the room. Yeah. Right on. Well, thanks guys. And
Thank
I
you.
hope
Thank
the
you.
rest of the day goes great.
I'm sure it will.
Bye,
Bye,
Kale.
y'all.
All right. Have a
Thank
good day.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was incredible. Like, I already know April wants literally everything that Kale makes, so I don't have to ask you
I
what
want
your
everything that
favorite
everybody
was.
makes.
I know. I could definitely see you wearing the terrarium necklace or the terrarium septum piece. Like,
Mhm.
so
I'm a go big or go home kind of person.
it's true. You are. You are. We have to definitely have to get our hands on some of those terrarium pieces for our clients here in Knoxville. Because I just think they're super rad. And even if I don't know, but
It is super naturey out here in Knoxville.
it
So
is
it
super
would
nature.
really
We got
work well with our clients.
we've got so many trees and
Wow.
we got mountains you can throw a football over, and all
We
kinds
got
of.
bears.
Oh my!
Yeah. My. Oh, knee slapper.
Who is
Oh,
coming up next, Brian?
we've got Gorilla Glass up next. So kind of fitting that we see Kale and then we also see Gorilla Glass, and there's just a lot going on today. I'm really excited about this. So um,
So we have two glass companies today, right? We've got Gorilla Glass, and then later we have Glassware Studios, right?
correct, yes.
Okay, that's awesome. And honestly, those two companies have such a different style. It's
Oh,
going to be
totally.
really cool to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
So Gorilla Glass is based out of Mexico, is that right?
Yes. Yes. they are.
International.
I know. So okay. Cool. Looks like Gorilla Glass has prepared a little video for us. So we're going to go ahead and see that real quick and then we'll bring them on. All right. We are live with Gorilla Glass.
Hey,
Pretty
Gorilla
exciting.
Glass.
Hi, Gorilla
Hi, Gorilla
Glass.
Glass.
Hello.
Oh, man. So you are in what part of Mexico are you in?
I'm in the deep south. I'm in Oaxaca. It's one of the most traditional parts of Mexico. We're about 6 hours south of Mexico City.
Beautiful. So how
So
long
tell us a little bit about your company. How long have you been making glass?
I've been making glass since the early 90s. I started in Santa Barbara when I was in City College in Santa Barbara in California. And then I started making piercing jewelry probably starting in around 95. And I had a couple of different companies before Gorilla Glass was started. Gorilla Glass was actually started in 2002 when I moved to Mexico City and moved to Mexico full time. So it's been a long journey. I was looking at some of my old designs from the 90s and it was making me crack up. They're so primitive. You got to start somewhere. So
you sure do.
yeah, I was very lucky. I got to work many years at a really renowned glass school up in Washington State. It's called Pilchuck Glass School. So that's where I was introduced to a lot of teachers. They bring international teachers from around the world. I was exposed to a lot of the Italian masters, Swedish masters, and some of the top artists in the U.S.
Wow.
So that was really a formative part of my life there at the glass school. And I was honored to be invited to teach there a couple of years ago. So I taught an intensive glass course. So it was kind of really nice to go full circle and be able to give back a little bit where well, that gave me so much.
That's amazing. I see you have a lot of beautiful pieces behind you right now, but what kind of stuff you looking forward to showing us today?
I'm going to focus on the piercing jewelry. I do other glass projects as well. Recently, maybe 2 years ago, I started a glass studio, which is glass blowing. When you talk about glass making, there's so many different disciplines that are involved. The one that usually you think of with piercing jewelry is flame working, which is working glass on a torch for doing miniature stuff. At Gorilla Glass, we also do fused glass, lapidary shop, and we also have now a blowing shop, which was really exciting for me, trying to be more environmental. So the blowing shop is a way to remelt all of our waste glass and then turn it into jewelry.
Excellent.
And some of the pieces you see behind us are blown glass pieces that we don't really do as a commercial enterprise. It's more just for fun.
That's good. You have to have that creative outlet, you know, to have fun at work as well.
And so what I'm going to focus to show you guys today is some of the collections that have been coming out this year. Usually every year I choose a general theme, and then I've been releasing collections there's not a set date, but around every 2 months I release a new group of jewelry. This year, the main theme in 2020 has been the ocean. So I'm going to show you three collections that were part of a triad called Neptune. And then I'm going to give you a preview of the most recent collection that came out that's entitled Venus. And then I'll probably show you some other previews of stuff that's coming out. We're doing a special Christmas collection, and I have another collaboration I'm doing for something brand new for January with a functional glass artist. So I love to collaborate with other artists. So I bring a lot of my friends and other people who have been teachers for me down and work with them to kind of inform my designs with new techniques and ideas too.
That's
So
awesome.
and then I'm really excited to show you a new system that I have for hanging glass shapes. It's called the Gorilla Grip. It's a system of interlocking glass pieces so you can wear the weight without the worry that it's going to fall out of your ear. So it's been working on it for quite a while, and we just brought it onto the market, I think last week. So you're going to get to see how it works too.
That sounds, I can't even imagine in my mind what that is. So, or how that works. So I'm really excited to see about that.
Yeah, let's dig in. I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you can show the Mar video, and then we'll start with the Mar collection. Okay, well, you saw a short video there on the Mar collection. All of these three collections are part of the Neptune is the general theme. It has a lot to do with obviously with the ocean. The Mar collection in particular is referring to the sunset on the beach, light reflected off the water, coral and plankton and these kind of things. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some samples. Here it is, the Mara collection. There's 3 different colors available. They're all dichroic, which gives that really shimmery feel to it. We have crescent weights here. We have plugs, septums, which are always very popular. And then we have some hanging shapes, which reminds me a lot of the earlier stuff. I remember when we used to
Yeah.
sell spirals back in the day. And these shapes have been selling really well. I've been pleased. There's a lot of people with smaller piercings who want to wear something a little bit bigger and showier. So I think those are really good. We have other parts of the product line. You really have to check the website to see all the different products and colors we have available. These are the 3 main colors that we have. And like I said, the Mar collection is inspired by the ocean, the reflection of sunlight on the water, crashing waves. These 3 collections we were working on right before the pandemic started. So our last trip and when we did all the videos was actually right before everything shut down. So it makes me feel a little bit nostalgic seeing the videos and stuff, but this is the Mar collection. Do you guys have any questions? The septums are very popular right now. These collections are only available for around 6 months at a time, and then they move out of rotation and then they're not available again. So it's that same idea of kind of exclusivity. And as well, they're only available to brick and mortar shops. So we really wanted to give a chance that you didn't have customers who come in and do price window shopping and price matching on their phones. So this is really an effort to make something really fresh and unique for all the piercing and the piercing shops who are, the backbone of our industry.
I have a quick question. What sizes do those septum pinchers come in?
The septums start at, I believe, at 8 gauge, and then they can go to 1/2 inch. Yeah.
What's the minimum wear size on or gauge for your hangers?
For the hangers, the
Mhm.
minimum size?
Yeah, minimum you make them in anything.
That's a good question. I think 4 gauge is as well as the smallest size. I may be wrong. It maybe start at 6 gauge.
I'm finding out that a lot of my clients that have stretch lobes don't realize that they don't have to like wear the same size gauge. If it's a hanger, they can wear something smaller. And we've actually like a lot of our hanging stuff, as far as like weights are concerned, have just pretty much disappeared after explaining that to them. It's like I opened their eyes to a whole new piece of jewelry that's obviously been around for a long time.
Totally. Yeah, and I'll be excited to show you the Gorilla Grip system because it really makes
I'm ready.
it safer for people to wear weights as well. So,
Awesome.
you guys have any other questions about the Mar collection?
I really like the colors.
I do too.
Yeah, and I like how you've combined them into different looks as well, and the fact that you can get that matching septum piece with the matching plugs or the hanging earrings, and I feel like it really completes the look, which a lot of clients are flocking towards that more nowadays. When we've decided to kind of class things up and make it more fashionable to be pierced. So I really like that attention to detail.
Yeah, I love that you can get the whole outfit for sure.
A lot of times when I have a client come in, they're wanting me to outfit them and take away like their decision making, having me do that for them, and having something that kind of all works together and making a whole set of different things they can wear at different times. It makes it a lot easier for myself, but also definitely expands the client and jewelry selection.
The idea with these is that I really feel like we're trying to tell a story instead of just making jewelry. Oh, we're making this new septum piece. It's actually more trying to involve people's imagination, and make them realize that the jewelry is part of our identity at marks periods of time in our life. So by having them being rotating collections as well, it kind of gives that feeling of, this is part of their story as well as this kind of universal story that the collection is telling.
And it's cool that you come up with that too.
What's next?
Next, we're going to go to the Atlantis collection, very much inspired by seaweed and under the surface of the water. The Mar was more on the surface. Now we're going to dive deep and go into the bottom of the ocean. So if you can play the Atlantis clip, then I'll show you some samples from that. All right, that's the Atlantis collection, really inspired by seaweed. The names of these pieces are plankton, kelp, everything inspired by the water, under the water. I'm gonna give you a little preview of the pieces here. Here's the Atlantis collection. These again have a range of, we do finger rings as well. These are the plugs. It's kind of a vortex
Ooh.
feeling when you get sucked into it. It draws you down into the piece. This collection also has 3 different color combinations. There's kind of a lighter blue, this greenish color, and then a real algae one. These are called seahorses. It was a unique shape. I was been making marbles for a long time. So this is kind of a marble wrapped around with a glass piece. It's very fluid and they're very wearable. Um, and it's a little bit of a mini world into itself when you look into the piece. The fact that it has such a big concave on the front really magnifies the depth of the piece on them. These are made out of borosilicate glass. The seahorses have been very popular. And then we've also done these moires. These are for bigger pieces. These are for people who are looking for a real showpiece. And
Those are
again,
gorgeous.
with people who have a small lobe, so that's practical. And we also came up with this idea of wearing the silicone O-ring to kind of help keep the piece on your ear when you're wearing it. So that's that little detail there.
That's
So
really, really
So
smart.
simple.
Fun of that.
So again, this is the Atlantis collection. There's more pieces. We have, as far as combining accessories, we also do regular niobium earrings. We have finger rings, as well as hair ties, or like a pony tie for people to tie back their hair. I agree. There's a lot of people who are kind of looking to match their look. I think it's really fascinating to see how many people are combining their masks with their ear weights and their jewelry. It's been really a fun thing to watch. So that's a Neptune collection. They were staggered. So I think Neptune came out in June. Mar came out in March, which is appropriate. These were kind of my build up for before Vegas. I was going to roll these all out at Vegas, and then since APP was canceled, we've just been staggering them throughout the year. This collection with Atlantis, we use a technique called frit. It's crushed glass that we pick up while it's hot, and it gives a feeling almost like air bubbles within the glass, but it's not it's not air bubbles. They're actually crushed glass that's been fused into the surface. I don't know. You guys have any questions about Atlantis?
I just love those giant ones. They look so cool down at the bottom in that big spiral with all the little detail going on in the bottom of them. It's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're real,
those are
short
awesome.
pieces.
Well, I
This
know-
is something I wouldn't have done a year ago, and I think it's important. People are so focused on gold and ends now. I think it's important that piercers remember that there's a really big, wide range of tastes out there, and so these are coming back. And piercing is a cyclical process. I've noticed a lot of people are stretching their ears now. I remember hearing a lot of people saying, "Oh, your big earplugs are dead, and those are gone." Or these kind of shapes are gone. And I say, from what I've seen, from what people are ordering, and from the social media, none of these things are dead. These are all very alive and active, and there's definitely people who want it. But it's a matter of being able to connect with those people, I guess. So I love all the gold and stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's a big world, and there's a lot of room for this jewelry as well.
Oh yes.
Can we talk a little bit about the weight of some of these pieces? I know that glass tends to be either lightweight or heavier with some of these designs. So what are we kind of looking at?
In general, glass is a pretty lightweight material. We list all of the weight in grams on our website. So you can actually go and see the individual hanging styles and see the number of weight on it. None of these styles would be heavy to wear. You could wear any of these for a long period of time. We do have some weights that are very heavy, and I wouldn't recommend people to wear them for a long period of time. But these are all relatively lightweight. I would have to check with the website to see the actual physical number, but that's available to everybody at getgorilla.com, and you can look at has all the specs of the jewelry and the weight as well.
Awesome. Thanks for putting that info out there.
So I found that people in the general public want to be more informed. So it's really important to have all those little details for people.
Mhm. Do you want to plug your website again real quick? It was getgorilla.com, right?
Yep, it's getgorilla.com. And that's where you can see the new collections when they come out. They're constantly rotating. The big weights weigh about 2.6 ounces. So I guess that is
at all.
a little, I don't have anything to compare it to, but I imagine a metal weight would be much, much heavier.
Probably.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What's
yeah,
next? What's next?
The next is the Triton collection. This is the third part of the Neptune collection. This is really inspired by the legends of Poseidon. There's influence of the whole mythology of the fishermen, again, the deep sea. And this is, if the first one was about the ocean surface and the second one, Atlantis, was about being under the water, this one is kind of a combination between the two, and the idea of the kind of a warrior fisherman. It's a very strong look, and I think you'll enjoy it if you can play the video.
Brian's got jokes. Anyways.
All right, I'm gonna jump right into it. I'm gonna show you some of the Triton pieces inspired by fish hooks. These are similar to the moray ones that you saw in the last collection, but these are made on a torch out of borosilicate glass, and then they're ground down using diamond wheels to do all the detailed carving on them. These are really big pieces as well. There's a smaller version. These are also kind of hooks. These have a really beautiful iridescent reflection. This particular glass is called a reduction. When it does that, it's a technical term. It's a kind of a mirrorized, marbleized surface on them. And then for the people who don't have stretched ears, we also do the niobium hooks. So it's kind of a whole set of different pieces. And this is a kind of the evolution of the Atlantis collection for the Triton. So that wraps it up for Neptune right there.
Love it.
You guys have any questions about this one before we go on?
I really like the spines on the curve of the bigger pieces. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I love that you have the smaller size jewelry too for our clients who may not have big stretched ears. That's awesome. What do you have next?
Next, I want to talk about the Venus collection. This is the one that was just released. This collection was really important to me for a number of reasons. One, because it's using the upcycle glass, which is a process of using reheating our waste and then pulling out glass rods. It's using what's called a Marini technique. It's a very ancient technique that goes back to pre-Egyptian times, and then the Italians perfected it, and then we're still using it today. It combines fusing glass, then reheating it in an oven and stretching it out in the blowing glass shop, and it provides really amazing detailed working. So one of the reasons I really like this collection is precisely because of the upcycling. The other reason I really enjoy it is from the photo shoot that we just did. which it was fun watching Tawapa because I saw on their video they had La Negra from Argentina. She's a close friend and performance artist. And La Negra took over the photo shoot for us. And it's the first photo shoot that features a trans model as part of the collection. I don't know if do you have the photos from the photo shoot? So La Negra was instrumental for helping do this. Neptune was a very masculine collection, but I wanted it to not be gender specific. So it was kind of any gender who wants to explore this kind of feeling of the fisherman and the warrior. And with the Venus collection, which is very much inspired by the whole myth of Venus and Aphrodite being born out of the sea waves, is a feminine collection, but we wanted to use a trans model to represent this kind of feeling of strength through beauty and the idea of protection as well, and particularly the importance of protecting ourselves in a time when we're bombarded by so much stress and information. So it's kind of a return to the idea of beauty as protection and the importance of self-care. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the pieces from this. These are part of the Gorilla Grip system, which I'll show you in a minute. They're hanging pieces, but they're formed by interlocking pieces that come together so that they can't come out of your ear. So there's a series of unique weights that are available on the site. Each piece is completely different. And this is a Gorilla Grip itself. I'll give you a little demo of this after we're done with this part of the showing you the basic pieces. These also come as plugs. Here are some of the plugs. Again, they're unique pairs. You can see them photographed on the website. And then we also have finger rings. These are finger rings if people want to do their sets. And we also have regular earrings with niobium hooks. These are made out of borosilicate glass. The other ones are upcycled soda lime glass. There are two different glass types we're using in these. And again, inspired by seashells and the idea of protection through beauty. And then this is Deb. I don't know if you have the photographs from the photo shoot.
Yeah, we saw those.
Oh, you saw them already. Okay. So that's a Venus collection. And those are available now. They're collector's items. So, it's get them while you can. Do you guys have any questions about the Venus collection?
No, I love it though. I'm really excited to see this this little contraption you have here.
If you want it, I'll give you a demo of it right now.
Yes, please.
All right. Let's go over on this. This is my personal pair, so I'm gonna put them on without a glove. This is a U-shaped piece that we're gonna put through the ear. It has a hole in it. And then the cool thing about this is you can interchange the hanging part. It just has a hole through it, so you can buy them separately. You can get the Gorilla Grip, and then you can develop a collection of the hanging pieces. And so the hole lines up in the U shape, and then we have a glass pin that goes through it. And then I put a small O-ring on the end. And you have the hanging piece.
That's
And the cool thing about this is that you can dance with it. You can shake them around. It's not coming out of your ear.
no more death to your glass pieces.
Yeah, so that's a Gorilla Grip concept, and it's a brand new concept. It's still being developed. I have another series called the Gorilla Link that will allow you to build glass chains that can hang down, and you can combine colors, change the axis of how you wear the jewelry, how it hangs off of your ear. And like I said, you can buy them separately, so you can develop a collection of just the hanging pieces. and then combine or change up what color of the link that you want. So they're available in more than 10 different colors and brand new on the market right now. And very soon we'll be releasing the Gorilla Link, which will actually allow you to build up chains.
Jason, on the pin that goes through the Gorilla Grip on the back end, does it have a groove for the O-ring, or the O-ring just slides right onto the piece?
No, it has a groove. We don't want those O-rings slipping off of there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has a groove. They're very secure. They've been tested. I've been working on this system for almost 2 years now. So it's been kind of my secret weapon.
I love it. You definitely, I think you win the Innovator Award of Vendor Splendor 2020. I think that's really cool.
Thank you. We have another version that we're also going to be releasing shortly, probably next week. It's for smaller piercings. These ones you have to have at least a 1/2 inch to be able to wear the jewelry. But we have another system. They're going to be called Gorilla Hoops. And they're, instead of a glass pin, it uses a steel pin with threads. And it's basically the same concept, but you can start as small as 4 gauge for wearing a similar system. But look, keep an eye out. That should be released by next week.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Where can people find you at online? Besides getgorilla.com.
Getgorilla.com. We're also on Instagram and at Gorilla Glass. And then there's Facebook as well. So hardly anyone uses Facebook anymore, but we're still there.
Well, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Jason. Thanks for taking time out of your day to show us things. I really, really appreciate it. And your new collection is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, Brian. Thank
Yes.
all of you guys for organizing this. It was really great. I appreciate it.
Awesome. We'll talk to
Thanks
you
you
soon.
for
Thank
being
you.
here.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Every year he comes up with something new that blows my mind.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
love those little seashells so much.
All
I think
right.
those are really client relatable for sure.
Definitely, definitely. Looks like up next we have Queen of the Ashes Jewelry. This is a new company to me. I don't really know anything about them. So does anybody else have anything to chime in?
No, it's
We're about to find out.
Well, hot damn. It's going to be a surprise for everybody. I see you have a cattail slapping your face.
Yes, he's got that on my lap.
That's how they
just
show
want
love.
to be a part of the party.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello over there. How are you guys doing?
Oh, good. Already pretty much, yeah.
Hi guys,
Hi.
Hey.
welcome, welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourselves. Tell us about
Yes.
your company.
So we are Queen of the Ashes company, Queen of the Ashes Jewelry, sorry. A little bit excited. And we just started last year, actually, right after the last APP. And yeah, we're
Where are
basically,
you guys based out of?
we are in Germany, in Berlin.
Oh, awesome.
Hey, international.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're actually, in the beginning, we're Danish and German mixed since
Yeah.
we moved over from Denmark.
Very cool.
Yay. So you guys are business partners?
Business partners and life partners.
Yeah.
Yay.
Actually,
Well, let's see what you got.
so I don't know, we sent a video out to Chris. I don't know if it was shown already since I think the
Yeah.
YouTube channel is delayed.
Cool. Yeah, we'll go ahead and show that video right now.
Check that.
Well, that was an intense video. That was super cool. I feel like I would just watch kind of like a music video or something. You know?
Yeah, this was part of the intent. We were shooting the video in between lockdowns. This is our second lockdown right now. So Corona has put a big dent into starting this company also. And instead of ending up with a photographer, we ended up with a videographer who asked if it would be fine to just, display the jewelry in movement. And we're quite happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, that was really, really cool.
Thank you.
So what inspired you to start making jewelry?
So after traveling for a while through the States, after every conference, I ended up with some ideas that I got through, seeing all these new impressions. Ended up with a lot of scribblings and drawings, but didn't have the chance to, in the end, on one hand, learn all the skills needed to starting to make brass jewelry or the means to start a big company. And at some point, after we have been together for a few years, Mikkel actually pushed me to bring those designs to life, since we both didn't feel really represented with our style 100% in the industry. Everything, although very beautiful, although very loved by our studios customers, is too shiny, kind of.
We wanted, as you also saw in the video, we maybe wanted a little bit more punkish style. Which, yeah, we have both been in the punk environment for years, so it's also a little shine for that. So
That's
something
awesome.
once it was, I should probably say that, because not so much anymore.
Yeah, and most of the designs are mainly inspired by growing up with watching post-apocalyptic movies, being constantly as young people in fantasy worlds by reading the books, watching the movies or the shows, as well as playing video games a lot. So some of our designs are also inspired, for example, by science fiction movies, like, for example, the Predator design here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool.
I don't know if you can see them.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it even ended up
Definitely
in,
room for more punk for sure.
yeah.
I love that within our body piercing industry, there's so many different subcultures of people and the different types of jewelry that they enjoy. And I think it really sparks, it shows the individuality that really comes with body piercing. Everybody can have their septum pierced, but how you display it and how you represent it is completely unique to you. And I love that. So I really admire the fact that you guys are branching out and doing something different that more represents your lifestyle and your culture. And that's awesome.
Definitely,
Yeah. But of course, it's been a little bit harder with everything going on. Like, I think the company was staying for half a year before the first lockdown. We wanted also to be big at APP, but we could see with everything happening that we had to tone it down, like not just a little bit, but quite a lot, actually.
But of course, it exactly happened or was clear that APP ain't happening when all the stock was finally produced to bring it to APP. So we slowed down also a little bit on the, let's say, a bit more outrageous designs that I was planning to do. Because I'm a fan of very, very big designs, as you can see with, you saw in the video also those ones. Definitely not for everyday wear, or not at least for subtle wear, as well as some other designs that we had that maybe not necessarily for a party, but more for a piercer. Like a lot of our designs are more for piercers than end customers, I think also.
Cool. So is most of your stuff just earring styles, or do you make other things? Tell us more.
Up to now, that's the plan, yeah. We do have some ideas for gold ends, but I'm feeling, or I think we both feel that it doesn't make sense to branch out into too many niches at the moment and stay with ear weights and earrings, yes.
Very cool.
Well, we do some designs as variations if people ask for it. If people want, for example, the one design that I showed you right now as a necklace, we are doing this too, but only on custom order.
Cool. So you're wearing your own designs right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm stacking our tank girls and the scavenger queen. The scavenger queen, so the gears are basically the first design we put out. And the tank girl is one of the newest ones that we were starting to work on right before the pandemic hit. And then a few months later, it was finally finished. So yeah, basically also another idea I love is stacking jewelry. So we try to make everything stackable when it comes to earring designs, while of course the weights you can't stack necessarily, but I think one can try maybe.
If someone wanted to buy your designs, do you have a website or is it all done through social media? Or would
At the moment, mostly social media. We wanted to start doing a Shopify account that is for wholesale too. But at the moment, we're using my studio's online shop. And when a piercer wants to go to a wholesale order, they can do it through this. They can send me a message or can send us a message. And I am sending out a code that I generated that they can do a checkout. So then there will be 55% basically deducted from the order, so that people have that option. But we're working on it. We're just a little bit slower since we also have other jobs at the same time.
So are you guys on Instagram?
Yes, Queen
What's your
of
Instagram?
the Ashes jewelry.
Are there any underscores?
I have to check that because I never remember it, honestly. Cute kitty. Is it?
Oh, phenomenal.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Oh, I see it. I am officially following you.
Thank you. Yes, and there will be soon some new designs also coming out. We are having, as I said, also a big book full of sketches.
Yeah.
But we're trying not to bring them out all at once, but every few months, just 2-3 designs. So people can also not get overwhelmed by it. But for example, we're working now with, I don't know if you heard about, I hope I pronounced it right, the witches that did the Ixnay symbol, the IXNAY symbol. They did it right before the election, basically to vote Trump out. And we are actually good friends with one of them and started a collaboration with a design that's inspired by them. So there's some exciting stuff coming out soon too.
Cool. I just love your jewelry description on your Instagram. Post-apocalyptic and occult jewelry company from Germany. That is alone its own selling point.
True, but this is exactly also, yeah, I think the main words that would fit to it. Yes, like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
Something
I love that you get your inspiration from that, like the whole Mad Max, or like I just love that.
As well as if you look, for example, at the gear earrings, the scavenger queens, they have an inscription on the side in the Theban alphabet, because everybody can just make gear earrings. You can make them basically like, you could make them unsafe with normal biking gears, but we wanted something special. So one of the movies that I think both of us really inspired us as a child, or that we loved as a child, was The Evil Dead.
Yeah.
So the sentence that awakens the evil dead, just in the Thebanian alphabet that we inscripted in there.
Oh,
Cool.
That's neat.
Neat. It's like a
Yeah.
little Easter egg.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
basically that's the idea. We love Easter eggs.
Who doesn't?
That's true.
Do you have any photos of some of your jewelry you can show us, or any other pieces you'd like to hold up and show us?
Yes, we have a lot of pieces. Maybe you can just take some gloves and show the pieces while I'm trying to figure out how to share the screen.
Down at the bottom, there should be a little green button that says share screen.
Okay, so then maybe I show first some pictures and then we show how the jewelry works afterwards. Okay, let's get into the folder and open one of the pictures first. Here it is. No, here's only that one. Whatever. We can. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, I'm not so good with Zoom.
That's okay.
I think everybody of us is also trying to figure it out while we go along here. Oh. And here we go. So here we have, for example, the Our Lady of Scruffingers, the design that we showed earlier as a necklace, while also Mikkel is wearing in the photo Our Heels Touch, the earrings that we have other pictures of them where you can see it clearer too. But the earrings are what you can see also copper and yellow brass with little flames, inspired by Hel, the goddess of of death and of the hell in Norwegian culture, but also of
North Korea.
of Norse culture. Sorry, but also by God of War. The name is inspired by God of War from one of the attacks that he can do with his blades of fire. Then the next one is our Mistress of Riddles, a Sphinx cat with, and very angry Sphinx cat with a lot of boobs.
I love it.
Those
It's
are really,
basically,
really
yeah,
cool.
it's basically the piercer design number one, because every piercer loves naked cats since they don't leave hair that we have to remove before work.
Those are really cool.
Those are so cool. Those are cool too.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are our bestseller also. We managed to get to one conference since we exist. Apart from yeah, everything that happened now, we managed to go to BMXnet, and those were clearly the favorites of everybody.
Nice.
And here you can see the heels touch again on our good friend Sina. So you can see more details. I couldn't find any picture of them without being worn, sadly, on my computer.
I like the mixed metals.
Yes. Which one? Sorry.
I like the mixed metals that you've used like 2 different tones.
Yeah, I love that. I love that options too. Like that we nowadays don't just have, one metal and you can see some details, but the jewelry makers are also able to now, work with mixed metals and have also that 3D effect instead of just, scribing. I don't know what it is. That's not describing what I'm searching for, but yeah, my English is not my native language, so it's not perfect.
With the flames setting off the piece, it adds depth to the piece really nicely.
So another picture of the scruffingers in
Oh,
copper
love it.
time. So all the colors that we usually use is copper, white brass, yellow brass, or we also have the option that we can coat it with some, like, oxidize it and coat it to keep the oxidation going. Again, our first design, the scavenger queen, the hunters that we showed earlier. They fit from 60 millimeter on.
Okay.
And they're limited actually to 50 pairs in the whole world. So anybody who wants them has to be quick.
Ooh, exclusivity.
Yeah, we want to do that a lot now. Very many exclusive designs so that
Those
people.
are neat.
These are also the ones that I'm wearing right now. These are our Tangle earrings. They come also in all colors. And here is one of our newest ones. We have them here to show to hold them up. I guess some of the gamers will recognize it. It's the cordyceps, and they are inspired by, I don't know even if we can say that here.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
That just came out
Yeah.
not long ago.
A zombie game that just came out not long ago. Who knows, probably. Yeah, and they basically are also really fascinating to us because through this game, we got reminded of the cordyceps mushrooms that grow over insects usually, and and other insects too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think other insects too. And yeah, basically now we have the clue which game it is anyhow. And we made a smaller version also of our
little
scavengers. Yeah, and they're called the baby scavengers, of course. Only have a diameter of 3 centimeters.
Cute.
Thank you. They're also a little bit thicker than the other ones. So they're a bit more suitable for those kind of men who want to wear jewelry but don't like the big design.
Mhm.
And yeah, here's our desert queen. I think one of our most day-to-day wear design also.
I love the texture.
Thank you. I must admit, it makes me kind of hungry because it makes me think of baked goods all the time.
Now I want cookies.
Yeah, right. And my personal favorite at the moment, the feral children. They are coming in white brass and yellow brass, and every time, like every one of them gets a different combination of stones. In this case, it's calsilica and rose quartz. And
I
there will be no
love the gems in the teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make it a bit harder to, to wear them. Like those are really not for a party, not for running after a train, because since the teeth here and here are both having rock crystals inside, of course, if you don't take care of them, they can break. Sadly.
Yeah.
But we have that with a lot of jewelry designs from different companies. In the end, like if we work with stones, it is after all a material that can break, sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, also a limited design. Like they're basically our playground to just play with stones and add them together however we want to.
Definitely.
And here's our model Matteo wearing them actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
And me with my stack. And here's our Desert Queen by another model of ours, one as well as the small gears. So also this one is good to see the proportion of our smaller gear earrings. And I think this is all the photos that I put on the computer because I felt the video showed most of them. And again, we are not having many designs out yet. So yeah.
But what you have is really unique. What you have, we don't have in the industry, like some of those pieces. So that's really what's important. Being exclusive and having kind of a small inventory is actually really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, this was kind of the goal. Also, one of the reasons why we're not trying to smash out too many designs because we both like to just go through our drawings again and again to not end up risking to repeat ourselves or repeat anything that has been done before. Because I am having the feeling that if we would not go into the details, if we would not add other parts on, then it could quickly look like something that we have seen throughout the years at every jewelry stand, just with some little differences.
Yeah, and we also need time to watch movies and play video games so we can get information. That is also important.
True.
I love that you guys found the gap in the industry of what we weren't offering people, and then you filled that gap. I think that's just amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're also really hoping that next year's APP is actually happening, that COVID is hopefully fought soon,
Yeah.
so that we can present everything in person and people having a chance to actually look at the jewelry and not just order online. We try to offer, of course, a middle ground and to offer that until this whole virus is fought through and until it looks like we really can have a conference that we ship for free within Europe, definitely under for orders around 200 euro to the US, since it's more expensive and we actually want to have it insured when we send something for orders at 500 euro. But of course, since we don't have the outreach, some people noticed, some people ordered, but
I can't wait to see what else you guys come up with. I'm really, really excited to see your collection expand over the next year. So I can't wait to see what you guys do at conference next year.
Thank you. I was really excited.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on. I really like that. I really like how you guys have game inspired pieces. That's really neat.
Nerds.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Nerd alert.
Exactly. I think, yeah, if you would see ours, we have so many things in general that are game and pop culture inspired.
Yeah.
Love it.
Like just the coffee mugs already where it starts.
Well, where do you see your company going over the next year or so? What are your plans?
Well,
I think we will keep on doing what we are doing and doing it a little bit slowly. It is hard to say anything in a year span right now, but I will also say that it's not entirely up to us either.
yeah.
Yeah, it's up for the whole circumstance of the world, honestly.
Well,
Since it's feeling so much, especially in Germany right now, since we're on our second lockdown. So it's hard to say. It's a hard question, honestly. But we hope for the best.
and definitely we will stay with the idea of doing limited designs. In between, of course, still having some designs that will stay for longer. But especially with the game designs, there is that wish that we, from both our side, that we don't keep it in the catalog forever, but make it something special for those who actually own the jewelry.
Yeah, it's
I'm
almost like
really
you have
hoping-
seasons of jewelry. I said it's almost like you have seasons of jewelry.
Exactly. And I'm also hoping that everything relaxes more, that we can start also taking in consideration the designs that are a bit bigger, a bit clunkier, that definitely will be, you know, in the same way as Diablo Organics really big megalodons are only worn by a few people because they are just, you have to have the right ear size, you have to have the wish to wear something that's actually so heavy. Those type of designs of very heavy things that are not for day-to-day use, but more for a photo shoot, more for going out for a nice dinner, then we can actually start bringing those ones out because those are my favorites.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you guys so much for coming on. I really, really like your story, and I really like the what you're offering. I think it's really cool.
Thank
I
you.
look
We're really
forward to
grateful that
seeing
we
you guys
also,
grow.
yeah, we are really grateful to be here actually, to have the chance to display our jewelry and to also take the space with so many people that are so, yeah, so long in the industry also. We got a little bit nervous after seeing Gorilla Glass on beforehand.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great already. And I really
Yeah.
enjoy seeing the pieces that I went on your Instagram and followed you, and I really enjoyed the pieces I was seeing. So
Thank you.
alternative.
So, yeah, it means a lot.
It does, yeah. And yes, stay updated because we're not stopping also. We're not intending to.
No.
Don't. I really
I
like
really also love your photography too. Your photography is great.
Thank you. I will tell our photographer definitely. I think you're also thinking of the ones with models, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, I will tell him. I think he will be really happy. It's actually a very talented artist from Japan that moved here recently, and I got introduced to him through one of the models. Like his work is really amazing. He's called Etsuki Photography on E3 Etsuki if you want to follow his work.
Yeah. Cool, cool. I'm so glad I'm following you guys now. I think what you have is really unique, and I'm really glad that I got to meet y'all.
Thank you so much.
Anything else that you
Yeah.
guys add before your time is up?
Hmm?
Sorry?
Somebody said something?
There we go. Is there anything you guys would like to add before your time is up?
No. I don't
No?
have anything.
Yeah, actually not really. Just thanks for having us. And again, yeah, if anybody watching this wants to order with us, they should shoot us a text, especially since we're, as such, still doing the whole thing with free shipping for studios to, well, we can only support so far, of course, with doing that.
Yes.
But yeah, like
Awesome.
for else, just thanks for having us and thanks for giving us that time and that space.
Definitely. Thank you for being on here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that was cool. I didn't know anything about them, and they're over in Germany just crushing it with, innovation and style, and that's really cool to see.
I really love seeing people take their interests outside of piercing and bringing it into the piercing industry. I think that's so great. Like with Kale and her crochet work, and then these guys with their apocalyptic theme things. I just think it's really wonderful to see people fall in love with something and then bring it into the piercing industry for us to all enjoy.
Like cats.
Yeah. Why is there not more cat jewelry actually? Those Sphinx weights, how cool are those with all the nipples?
I like the rats too. That was a really unique way of doing the
tail.
tail with the
Mhm.
spiral around. I want to see that in the ear. I think that's probably going to look really, really neat.
Yeah. I should have asked, how, if they were kind of lightweight or if they felt like they were a little heavier design. I should have asked that.
I
I
really
couldn't really
enjoy
tell how big they were.
I really enjoy weights that don't stop at the hook and they actually continue the design past it, almost like a hanger, but it's actually just a weight.
Totally.
I
Yeah.
agree.
That's got a totally different aesthetic when it's like coming from the back and the front and it's all wrapping together.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see once, someone wants to order something, wink, wink at both of you. I want to see how heavy a lot of this stuff is. So.
Oh, whew. How you guys feeling?
Good. Somebody
good.
on the feed, on the YouTube feed, said they love my necklace. I just want to say thank you. It's a big giant chunk of rose quartz and I love it.
All right. It looks like up next on the list is no, Glassware Studios.
Yay,
So
Ryan.
that's pretty sweet. We get to chat with Ryan. He's a great guy. I always enjoy getting to hang out with him in Vegas every year for a little bit and seeing what kind of new stuff he has. So I guess whenever Ryan's ready to come on, we'll have him. Oh, I see a Glassware Studios banner popping up on my screen, and I see a
Yeah.
Ryan. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Excellent. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hey, April, how are you?
I'm great. It's good to see your face. I hope you're having a good year, even though it's been kind of.
Are we live?
We are.
I had a bad year actually. Check this out.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Suck. Sorry.
I broke my ankle in 3 places and have 2 plates and about a dozen screws in there.
And you
Were
should
you
see
doing
the other
something really
guy.
cool?
What?
Were you doing something really cool?
No, I was just walking on my retaining wall and I hit a block that wasn't glued down all the way, or the glue kind of failed,
Oh,
and I fell straight down and smashed my ankle. It was
Ouch.
about like that.
Ooh.
oof.
Yeah.
You can tell everybody you were like competitively skateboarding or
Yeah,
something.
no.
Or a motorcycle accident would have been better, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's I've been on bed rest for about a month now, and I just started getting back to the office and doing stuff.
Oh man, I
no.
bet that's rough. On top of
Um,
everything else that we're dealing with this year.
Yeah, luckily before COVID, when COVID hit, I brought a torch home, so I've been working from home since then, just kind of making stuff to fill orders that we needed, and so
That's
yeah,
cool.
been a lot of
See,
fun.
even
I've
bed
been-
rest ain't gonna stop you. It's all right.
Yeah, nothing's gonna stop me, right?
So where are you right now? Are you in the Gorilla Glass office space?
Glassware Studios.
I'm sorry. Oh man. Ugh.
Yeah, this is the Glassware Studios. I'll give you a little tour. So this is a little messy right now, but that's where all the packaging happens. And
Okay.
then this is our inventory wall.
Whoa.
And these are our new posters. Can you see these?
Oh, cool.
So we
Very
got color
nice.
front posters. They go out with every wholesale order now.
That's cool.
So it shows all the colors and then the availability of sizes for each color.
Those are super useful.
And then over there we have our light setup and some glass storage. A lot of storage in this room. We have another office that has our shipping and my desk and a couple other people's desks in there. And then back behind this wall is the part of the studio. And then we have another unit 2 doors down that has 6 stations in it for blown glass.
Wow.
Wow.
So tell us how long you've been doing this. You've been doing this a while.
So I started in 1998 out of a little shed in my backyard in Humboldt, California. I was making pipes for a customer, it's a client, not a client, a company at a time. And I just started doing this on my own because nobody was really doing it. There was no body jewelry out there and out of glass. I think IS was doing just clear at the time. And I was like, I can add some spice to this and do colors, and figured out the shapes and moved up to Ashland, Oregon in 2000. And then in 2003, we rented this warehouse. There's 2 warehouses. Well, first warehouse, second warehouse we got in 2008 and expanded our office. We doubled our office space, which was really needed. And yeah, so been going ever since. So about 22 years now.
Well,
So
thank
you-
you for existing.
Yeah,
'cause-
you supply a staple for our
Dude,
companies. Like,
man.
Yeah, we are the inventors of the color front plug. So that's what we're pretty much known for.
Well, and you crushed it with that, you know. I mean, it's definitely one of those things that man, it's probably got to be one of the top sellers of all the jewelry in the studios that I've worked at over the years. Like, it's so versatile and comfortable, and I don't know, I love it.
Yeah.
it's just a necessity. It's a complete staple for a studio. If you want to help people on their stretching journey, you've got to have something
plugs.
simple.
Mhm.
It's definitely great to have those options available, especially so that it's not just like a one size fits all kind of thing, or oh, this is what you're going to get, this is what I have. it's the end all be all when I can give a range of colors and selection to all the clients that want stretch lobes or starting off with, you know, uh, larger gauge lobes.
Yeah, I think we have over 30 colors now too. So
That's great.
The post was supposed to come out last year at APP, and we delayed it because we wanted to get this one color on the palette, and it was taking a while to get it. So what's happening is there's some big major color companies. They make just all they do is make color, and then people like us, we buy the color and we make the jewelry or the pipes or whatever out of it. And there's two big companies, actually 3 big companies, and then a couple smaller companies. And the smaller companies are doing really small batches, and their stuff sells out super quick. Like if you're not on the email list, you can't get it. It sells out that quick. And so they're doing limited releases, and the colors are really highly sought after in the pipe world. And so we were able to get our hands on 3 of them this year, 4 of them actually. We want to use one of them for our Neptune planet plug. It's the last of our planet series. And it's kind of like a greenish, no, a bluish hue. I have a bad sample here, but it's kind of a bluish hue. And then we started making solid color plugs and librettes out of it. It's also called opaline or moonstone. It's kind of it's got this kind of bluish white hue to it. So we started working with that, and right now it's I can't get any, so I'm waiting for the next drop. Hopefully we don't run out before that, but it's really, and the colors that they're producing are really expensive. They're almost 2 to 3 times more expensive than the other color companies. So that's why they go pretty quick. So the first one that we released was this Caribbean blue color.
That's pretty.
And yeah, it's a really nice blue color that was missing from the palette of borosilicate. And so they reformulated it once. It was a little bit clearer before. Now it's got a little bit of a haze in it in the bigger sizes, which is in line with some of the other colors that we don't use. We used grape jelly is another one of there that we tried, and we didn't. We ended up going with a different purple because it had so much haze in it. It was really inconsistent, which is cool for if you're doing one-offs or one thing. When you're doing a pair of something, it's really tough to mass produce or duplicate. And so then we decided this purple was really nice, this amethyst purple.
Yeah.
We released that about a year ago. Again, it's a highly sought after color from this same color company. And then just recently we released Rosé, which is a red, really nice pinkish red color.
Ooh.
If you know our other red is dark, more of a blood red. And so this is kind of rounds out the palettes with a nice like rosé red or Pinot.
Wine.
And so we now that the colors are usable, we're going to buy large batches of it when they do come out. So we have enough of it to last us a couple of years. And that's kind of what we have to do, is just buy huge amounts and spend lots of money on it. So, so what else can I tell you guys?
Well, you're always innovating and coming up with new things. What do you have that we haven't maybe seen before?
Let me go over the stuff that you may have seen first, and then we'll get to that. So some of the things that we released since COVID were our jellyfish. We expanded onto this new color called Toxic Waste. And then Raspberry, which is another color from that company, but it's very limited. So I don't know how long that's going to be around for, if we can't get any more recently. And then we did the amber purple jellyfish onto the Caribbean blue, which is the old Caribbean blue, which is more milky. It'll eventually be more translucent. And then this is another one of their colors, blueberry, which we did white jellyfish on the blueberry.
Blueberry
Again,
pops.
it's if we can't get it, we're gonna have to pull it off the website, but it's available right now. We have some of it, and then when we get more, we will add it back to the website. This is the last of our gold line. We're only doing them in eyelets. This is the clear eyelets. We do them in black and other colors too, but this will be the last. We're only doing eyelets now. This will be the last of the gold. The cells, if you can see that there, and the Doc Mai. Kind of hard to see on the clear. And then we did some of these other, the blueberry with the pink galaxy. And we do them on teardrops too. And then the grape or the green on amethyst. And then we did copper on the regular ruby. So those have been out for a little while. And so then what we just released this year, last month actually, you can see that. Go
There we go.
Can you see those?
Yes.
So we got the Triskelion on the right and the, or your left, Filigrana on the teardrops, and then Snowflake Geo is the other one, this one here.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
The white kind of washes out a little bit on the camera.
Now, how are those like engraved, or how is the design on there?
These are called overlays. So it's glass that's actually silk screened, and then we cut it out and put it on and fire it on at a high temperature. And these are actually made of, it's actually made of glass, unlike the gold. The gold was actually real gold. This is glass. So
Neat.
this is our first, well, we've done the white before, but we're moving away from the gold and doing just the white now. We're gonna do multiple colors soon and more designs. So if there's a design you like or you want to see done, just send it to us and we'll think about it. And we got to produce enough to make it worth our while, but it is limited. All of our overlay jewelry is limited in edition. We only buy so much of it, and then once it's gone, it's gone. We won't ever do it again. So that's one of the nice things about that, is it's a limited edition. And then right over here we do honeycombs on single flared now in smaller sizes.
Oh, awesome.
We go all the way down to looks like 4 millimeters, and then we're doing strawberries now too, in line with the bees and the ladybugs that we do in the little designs.
Cute.
We're gonna be doing more stuff like this in the future once I can get back on the creative side.
Our
I got some
customers
weights.
have
got some-
loved the bees, and they
Oh, yeah.
love the little ladybugs and the cupcakes. Like, yeah, they're great.
So these are some of our weights here. These are heart weights. The one on the left is Tesla, and the one on the right is the rose color. And then we also do things on regular earring, 18 gauge niobiums, like our
Ooh.
butterflies here. And then here are some skull weights. Here's the Tesla again, which is really cool. No two are the same.
Neat.
That striking color is really nice bluish white on the black. And then this is a pair, I think, of amethyst skull weights. And then we've been expanding our Librette line. We started doing gray there, and this is a limited edition color. It's like a lapis blue, and we have a denim blue, pink lollipop, sparkle green, indigo sparkle, Caribbean blue. This is a one-off color called ice blue. We bought a little bit of it as a test, and we're just using it for librettes right now, so it'll be gone eventually. Use my hand. This is the grape jelly again, limited. This is the rosé. See, kind of reddish on the black background, and then pink and purple lollipop. This is another color from a small company. We're calling it olive oil. We bought a little bit of it as a test batch. Again, we're just going to using it up for librettes, and that's it. This is that moonstone opaline color, but it's really washed out on the video. And then, so one more new thing is we've been doing some wig wags. This is the rainbow wig wag. We also have some white ones, but it's again a very limited edition. One of my glass blowers just did it on a fluke and tried it and came it out, and we made like a run or two. They're going to go to Vegas this year, but or next year, but didn't happen. And then a little washed out, but this is our jerseys on teardrops. So this is two colors that create really cool metallic effects on the surface. This one here is like a kind of a rainbow purple, green, blue, and this one's like a silverish gold, which is kind of hard to see. So we took this color and we did some magic with it, different format, and we created another plug. This will be out pretty soon. Can you see the rainbow effect on that one?
Yeah.
So that's going to be called oil slick,
Like almost.
and this one's going to be called blue steel. So it's kind of got this bluish, silver, very metallic-y, very reflective color to it. It's nice, smooth edges too, but I can't tell you how we do them, but they're pretty tricky to figure out. And so this is going to be out in, we might release it this year. If not, it's probably going to be early next year. We're still trying to produce all the sizes and make sure what sizes we can produce and the consistency of the color. And then we have, for those of you who don't know, we do memorial plugs. This is what a memorial plug looks like. This is some ashes from a dog or cat that we did for a client. And they'll be going out soon.
You did a pair for me when unfortunately I had to put my cat down after 20 years of living, and like I love them. I keep them on display next to a photo of her, and like it was just a really great keepsake. So thank you for making those for me.
And we're going to be adding Dichro to those soon. I just got some new Dichro. I don't know if you can see in my ear.
Oh, cool.
This is called Dichro Flake. It's a little different format than the sheet of Dichro that you see across the plugs that we do. And so we're gonna be able to incorporate it with the ashes. It's gonna pretty much replace the Galaxy and the teardrops, because I don't think we've been trying to do Galaxy teardrops and they're kind of hard to do. We've been doing Dichro teardrops and the edges kind of get a little funky. So the Flake is gonna probably be the replacement for anything Dichro teardrop. And Librets. And then we're going to try to incorporate it into septums and maybe shapes. And I have some other ideas too, maybe eyelets. I don't know. So we're going to try.
Cool.
And this comes into the rainbow of colors. So everything from pink, they even have a peacock, they have blue, green, purple, orange, yellow, and then opals. So we're excited about that. That's going to be definitely 2021
Yeah.
stuff.
I love your expanded color palette. I love it. I love, love, love it.
Thanks.
So I have a funny story about jellyfish, if we have like 1 second.
Sure.
So we sell the jellyfish plugs in the shop, and we had a client one day come in and buy some, and he is a sushi chef at a local restaurant. So then his other friends came in so that all the sushi chefs could wear matching jellyfish plugs. And I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, the funniest thing about jellyfish plugs I got asked one time is if it's a real jellyfish. And I was like, yeah, we have a little aquarium here that we breed jellyfish and we make them so tiny and we put them in there. And the guy was like, really? Really?
Like,
no, not really.
I would have kept it going, man.
They would just burn up. So yeah, glass melts about 1200 to almost 2000 degrees. So anything that can't survive that kind of heat is gonna fry.
Fried jellyfish.
Yeah.
Ew.
And then we've been doing all the terrariums for Uzu Organic that you had on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that is really fun for me because it's such a different style than doing the plugs and stuff. And so we got some ideas up our sleeves this year. We'll see what happens with APP, if they're going to be.
Kale said we're supposed to ask you if you'll make those for us.
Nope. I heard that too. I was listening in, and no, we got a good deal going. I'm going to make them for her, and she'll sell them. So hopefully she'll want to do like pendants and stuff too. What?
I think it's really great to see when different vendors collaborate. I think that's when like the coolest stuff gets created. So I'm super pumped about you guys having that partnership.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's ever seen terrarium stuff and piercing before. Like, that's super cool.
Yeah, we were in Manchester at ADP England, and we started talking about what we could do. And so I still have, we're gonna do the colors this year because we did like 2 pairs last year, I think she said. And so we got translucent pink and translucent purple. I already ordered the glass and it's sitting here. I'm just gonna get ready to do it now. My foot is healed, and because the winter is when I like to do that kind of stuff. And we'll after that, I got some other ideas that we'll do in 2022. So
yes, I'm holding out for that necklace. If you guys do a necklace, I'm on that.
ask her. I'll do it. No problem. It's not hard at all. So just tell her you want them. If there's demand, then we'll do it.
I hope she's listening because I want that.
April,
Yeah, pendants is the next
for you.
Evolution usually.
I like when people can wear the whole set. They can kind of rock either the septum jewelry with the matching plugs or a necklace with matching plugs. Like just having a whole set of things is something that we should push more in our industry. Like it's great to have little unique pieces, but to have everything kind of curated and matching, not just in one ear, but having everything kind of go.
Yeah. Oh, I made a discount for the people watching.
Yay.
Do you have that? I sent it to the email. Can you guys throw it up there, or should I do it?
You should throw it up there because Chris does not have access to the email, I believe.
Yes.
Is that up?
Mm-hmm.
Is up?
20% off wholesale and retail.
What?
Splendor 2020.
That's a huge
Till the end of the month.
Okay, cool.
Well, all right, April, take note. We definitely need those honeycomb plugs in the single flare.
Mhm.
Those are super cool.
Those golden like eyelets.
Yeah, those are really cool too.
And like people that get the little bee ends and stuff, having honeycomb plugs to go with all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a funny story about that. So I went to a bee festival, honey festival here in Ashland, and I just entered the raffle and I won myself a beehive. I haven't set it up yet. I don't have the clothing. I don't have the tools. So I started going to the society. They have an organization here where you can learn and share and all that kind of stuff. So I started going there and I wore my bee plugs and everyone's like, "Oh my God, where'd you get those?" I'm like, "I made them."
Awesome.
So yeah, we started doing weights and we also do 18 gauge drops. So they're a little bit of a honeycomb with the honey coming down, dropping off the bottom, and then a little bee on top. So
cute.
Drippy.
Little drip, yeah.
One of my favorite combos we had for a client was got him a pair of the honeycomb plugs with the little bee on top, and then for his conchas got the bee plugs for those.
Nice.
And it was just a really, really cool combo. Yeah.
Yeah, I like doing them. We do them all the time. So
you guys are fancy and I like it. How many people do you have on your crew down there?
we have 6 on the torch right now, plus me, and then 3 in the office.
Wow.
We have a quality control, and my quality control woman does website stuff, and then I have a HR / graphic design / go-to guy. He works almost between part-time and full-time. And then I have Amanda, who does all the customer service, orders, shipping, receiving of the orders, and invoicing, all that kind of stuff, double checking. So it's a little team effort here. And then I've been at home most of this last 2 months, but I work mostly on the torch designing, and then I do all the librettes, large gauge pinchers, large gauge retainers, large gauge eyelets like above 50 mil. Sometimes I'll do small eyelets too, just because I can bang them out real quick. And then I do the aquarium plugs, and I do the space scenes, and I do the Gaias. That's about all I do.
That's all.
That's
yeah.
it. That's enough for me right now.
Your quality control girl gets some major props. Like Glassware Studios is always consistent. Even when we buy in like bulk and kind of like a volume of things, everything is always really consistent. Like it's always been.
Thank you. I'll tell her that. You hear that, Amanda? She's in the other office working away.
She's listening. She's watching.
She's shipping.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Amanda. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the audience and let them know about?
One more preview I can show you guys. It's
what?
Out until 2021. We'll see. So these guys, can you see that?
Oh yeah.
So it's a web eyelet.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Those are really neat.
Cool,
And
cool.
we're doing those. That's the black. And I'll show you the smoke. These are all just prototypes right now. Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And we got pink and blue.
Cool.
And then amber. So these will be like, I think 5/8, maybe 1/2 inch and up to 2 inch. All the even sizes. So it's only 13, 16, 20, 25. We have 28 now. That's something new. 28 colored violets. 32, 38, 44, and 50 mil. So all the basic sizes. The thing with glass is sometimes glass is only available in certain sizes depending on either tooling or availability of materials. We can't get every material in every size, and so we either have to figure out a way to adjust it or make it, or just limit it to those sizes. And colored violets is one of those things that we limit to certain sizes because of the materials, the way they come in. And every once in a while they'll release a new size. Like we just got 28 mil from my distributor, so that's on the website now. It's available, which is a kind of in between size for some people. So we're always adding to the website. Like I said, we're always trying to expand colors, and like I said, I like to buy batches of color and try them out, and if they don't work, I'll just throw them off as one-offs. So
Yeah.
And what's your website again, Ryan?
glasswarestudios.com.
Awesome.
Made right here in Ashland, Oregon. We also, another interesting thing is we had a huge fire. It actually started at the dog park, and the winds were 35 miles an hour, and took out half of 2 towns, Talent and Phoenix. We lost about 2,000 structures, plus structures. So there's a lot of homeless people now. We've been doing a lot of homeless relief, donating. There's a lot of donation centers that set up and just got flooded with all kinds of everything from clothes to camping equipment to furniture. And so a lot of the restaurants were giving out free meals to everybody in the fire. It was pretty crazy. We're lucky the shop survived. The shop's on the other side of town. There was a fire south of here that got started from an arson. Both of them were pretty much started by arsons, we think. And that one we got put out. Somebody happened to be driving by it, like a cop or a fire department, and they called it in and got it put out right away. But if that fire had gone wild, it would have destroyed the entire town of Ashland because of the way the winds were blowing, or at least half the town. This one started at the north side of town and went north, which pushed into Phoenix and where I live, Talent. Luckily, my house is up in the hills and didn't get affected, but we lost a lot of the businesses on the Highway 99 and along the 5, and it's just major detrimental fire scars now.
That's crazy. And just what it does to a community is devastating sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, most of the town was out without power for 2 to 4 weeks, and everybody you had to be out of the whole town for about a week. Even if your house survived, you had to be out of there because of the smoke, and the damage to the electrical grid was really dangerous. There was electric poles and fire everywhere. So
wow.
And then there was actually some heroes. That one of my friends was actually on a bicycle at 2:30 in the morning, stomping out fires that were starting from, because the embers were just blowing and then landing. So there's all these different buildings that survived, but then the building next to it or past it got burnt because the ember landed on that building. And so it's really interesting to see the fire scar, because there's so many that lost, but then there's few that survived. Or if they had a lot of parking lot around their area, they survived. But I think it was 4 trailer parks were down or were completely totaled, and a bunch of apartment complexes and a lot of houses.
Wow.
But it could have been a lot worse. So
Yeah. So how long do you have left before your foot's healed?
I should be driving in about 2 to 3 weeks, and I should be walking on it about that time. And then it's just a lot of PT from there to get it back to normal. It's pretty intense amount of pain.
Ryan?
What?
Do you have a scooter to get around? Since you said
No, I got my crutches right now, and I had a peg leg. It's called an iWalk, and it's kind of like a scooter, but it has a leg instead of wheels, and that enabled me to get around my property a lot better. And because I got 4.5 acres. And
I saw that the other day online. I thought that was awesome. Please tell me you wear an eye patch. And
no, I didn't go out for Halloween. Too much COVID.
Well, we really appreciate you coming and showing us all your new options. I really love your expanded color palette, especially. I hope you have some happy healing.
I do too. It's getting better, and I'm off the pain meds. I got off them pretty quickly because I didn't want to be stuck on those things. They were horrible. Right. I don't know how people take them recreationally. they just did not suit well with me. So.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. We really appreciate it.
And yeah, check out the website. We have a great overstock section, which has a lot of stuff that's on discount and stuff that's in stock that goes out pretty quickly. We have seconds bags up there for wholesale. We have grab bags of lots for wholesale also in the wholesale section. You got to be a private member to see that. Yeah.
Awesome. And just to remind everybody, Splendor 2020 is the code that you can use on glasswarestudios.com. You'll get 20% off of wholesale and retail orders until the end of the month.
Yeah, and look out for, usually on Facebook and Instagram, we post our new jewelry and sales. We do sales every other month or so. If there's a holiday coming up, usually we'll do one. Usually they're about 10 to 20% off. So keep an eye out for those because they really will help you out.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Thank you for always just supporting our industry and being really consistent and
Definitely.
just growing with all of us.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Happy healing, Ryan.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was fun.
I've always loved Ryan. He's got
Me
a great
too.
personality. He's always so friendly and just down to earth.
All right. So next up, we have a company. This is another new one for me. I've never heard of them. It's called Jewelry This Way. So I'm really looking forward to meeting whoever this mystery person is. But yeah, should we go ahead and bring him on?
Chris says Jewelry This Way. Has he logged in yet or come on to the link? No.
What's that? He said cue up the
drum roll?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Drum roll.
Hey, I'm Brian, the owner and operator of Jewelry This Way, if you hadn't figured that out already. Man, yeah, this has been a time. I've really, really loved doing this with everybody, and like the chance to speak to everybody about things and tell them about what I do. So I've been making jewelry for way too long, I guess. I don't know, not long enough, right? It's a lifelong thing. But I started out I was actually inspired by Ryan when I first saw glass body jewelry, and I was like, man, I really want to learn how to make this. So I think I got my tax return one year, and I bought a torch, and I bought like all the stuff to make glass, and I set everything up in my apartment, which was super sketchy, having like propane and oxygen tanks in your closet. But I never got the hang of it, and I burned myself a lot. And I think maybe I made 2 plugs in like a year that were worth of shit. Everything was pretty bad. So I ended up selling all of my glass making equipment, and I bought a lathe and decided to learn how to do woodworking instead so I can make wood plugs. And I did that for a number of years, and I just made stuff, to sell in my studio back in Illinois. And that was pretty cool until, mass production overseas really took over with the whole wood plug thing. And the demand for wood plugs started to die out pretty rapidly. So I abandoned that and abandoned my woodworking dreams. And ever since then, I've just been tinkering around with making different things. Over the last couple of years, I've really figured out that I'm just a person who enjoys making things, whether it's making jewelry or making a neat little tool for using around the house, or making a funny sign, or making pornographic shrinky dinks. Like I just like making things. I like being creative. So gold jewelry was something that obviously has been really big in our industry for a number of years now. And every time I get in a new jewelry order, I'm just looking at these things and I'm like, man, I want to know more about how this is made. So I did a lot of learning, watched a lot of videos, ended up going to this jewelry school that's kind of local, and spent a number of weeks out there just kind of learning the basics of it. But now metalworking has just become like my new obsession. So that's pretty great. But with jewelry this way, as a person who's been piercing for 20 years now and a studio owner for 10 years, it's really helped me see what's needed in our industry. And for me, my focus wanted to be on providing things that our studios need to operate, and also getting to them in a timely manner, because sometimes, you run out of this thing and you're like, oh shit, this is one of our most popular things. I wonder when my order is going to get here. And it could be 4 to 6 weeks from now. Sometimes it's longer. Like I remember when jewelry was taking 12 weeks to get here sometimes. So, I complained about it for years. April heard a lot of that complaining of, of things taking too long. So I decided when I wanted to do my company that I would really put my money where my mouth is. And I promised that on things that I offer, there was never going to be wait times. It was just going to be here and be in stock. And that took a large investment in myself and in the company to make sure that I could have that stuff. So that way, when you guys order it, it's here, it's ready. We put it in the package, we ship it out to you. You've got your jewelry in your hands in a couple of days. So it really helps studios operate and cut down on overhead. You don't have to stock nearly as much because you can get it quicker. And it's been a huge blessing to hear from my customers. Like, somebody messaged me last week and told me that I was literally saving their business right now because they were a newer piercing studio just starting up, and the pandemic hit, and now they're back in business, but their funds are limited, and now they can just order every week as they need things, and they can order just a small amount as they need to get by, and it's helping keep them afloat. And I love knowing that that's helping, because I was in their boat at one time when I started out. And you look at your jewelry inventory and you want 100 libret posts, but you can't afford 100 libret posts, so you can only afford to get maybe 10. And but you're going to sell them quick. But if you just had that ability to get things on the regular, it would help out a whole lot. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I started with my basic line, which was just gold seam rings. I think they're bread and butter for all of our studios. We use them every day in nostril piercings, septums, helixes, earlobes, etc. So I offer those in 3 colors of gold: white, yellow, and rose. And so I offer them in tiny little diameters from 3/16 of an inch all the way up to, I think, 1/2 inch is the biggest that I make them now. We have them in 20 gauge, 18 gauge, and 16 gauge. And recently just started offering a cup and divot style with the rings. So instead of the edges being flat and budging up against each other, you've got one side that concaves outward and one side that convexes inward. So they have a nice little cup and divot that sits together and holds that ring in place a little bit more snugly. It also, the concave end just allows the insertion of the ring to be a little bit more gentler on the tissue, and just helps everything slide in better. Baron, he gets to use this stuff on a daily basis, piercing at Born this way. And I like to flood the cases with nice things for them. So it's a lot of fun. I have some pictures to show you guys. I'm probably the least prepared out of all the presenters. Shocking, because I've been working on putting this whole shindig together. So I kind of forgot about the whole, like, oh yeah, I have to present and show some jewelry. But I think I put a few things together, so I'll show that. Keeping in line with, we'll start with the basic stuff. Like I said, I have those in the gold. I've also expanded that line to niobium. So I carry niobium in 18 and 20 gauge. And again, it's all in stock. It's all ready to ship. You can get cup and divot style on the niobium rings, which is super cool, because I don't know of any other place that's offering that right now. I hope to see more people start doing that, because I think it's a great option for things. And then we just started doing niobium captives as well in high polish and black. So got that. You guys want to see some pictures?
Yes, let's see some pictures, Brian.
Okay. I talk too damn much, so feel free to interject and ask questions and stuff too.
I think one of the best things about when you kind of emerged was the whole idea of like click and buy. From a jewelry order standpoint, having to put together an order can take forever. And just being able to scroll through your website and pick what I need is definitely the biggest selling point for me. And knowing that you're going to ship it the next day, obviously, but it seems like you have kind of driven the industry to sort of get that way. You know, there's other companies now that are coming out with, you know, you can click in orders directly from their website. And I'm really thankful that that, you know, has kind of started to be the trend, because that's what I need from every company. So thank you for starting that and getting that going.
You're welcome. I hope to inspire. I draw a lot of inspiration from all over our industry, not only in just, design and trends and things like that, but also in how to run my business and, what's successful. Currently, I'm really inspired by people doing all these little, smaller batches of things and having these exclusive drops. I think that's a really, really cool thing. I don't necessarily think it fits in line with what I do, because I'm trying to fill that role, that need for basics in the industry and stuff that we just need to keep our studios going. But I think it's a really cool thing that they're doing. So I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen right now, y'all.
There you go. You got it. You're almost there.
What do we see? Like a list of things? That's not even what I want to share with you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's pause that. Is it not showing now?
No,
it's
No,
there.
it still is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm technologically stupid.
Well, now you can see everybody's
Um,
Instagrams.
What's that? Yeah, everybody, there's a list of who's going to be on. I'm pretty sure that I just downloaded these files to a folder. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry, everybody.
we all have our moments, Brian. We all have our moments.
I have a lot of moments.
I can tell you, talking from coming from a studio that had low inventory before I came to work for you in April, that it was very convenient to be able to, if I only needed like 1 or 2 rings at random, I was able to just go online, scroll through, and it's a shopping cart style system to be able to purchase and get it right away within the next few days or so. That was very convenient, very helpful. In a case where sometimes our lead times for jewelry companies are like 4 weeks out, 4 months out, depending on what time of year and what's going on in the world. So, but yeah, so you're killing it.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the website to me just made it easy for me to control a backend, so I can control my supply, make sure that what I have is actually there. It also just helps me manage my workload a little bit more, so that way I know that I don't have to come in and have 50 orders that need to get filled all at once, and then I have to make everything on demand, because that puts a lot of pressure on me, especially when I'm trying to learn new things and also develop new designs and stuff like that. So it makes jewelry making a little bit more relaxing for me, and I like that. Also, I stick wholesale only because, again, I'm here to support studios. Like, I can only be successful if I make everybody else around me successful as well, and that's kind of my motto in life and in running my piercing and tattoo studio, and also with my jewelry company. So I want to help other people that own studios. I want to help them be as successful as they can too. So I hope that I help out with that. And some of the feedback I get tells me that I am. So I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I like it. But yeah, if you don't have a wholesale account, you do have to email me. It's jewelrythisway@gmail.com, or if you just go to jewelrythisway.com, there is a link that you can click to create a new account. So on the pictures here, I've got a picture of just our basic seam rings. These are rose gold, nothing special, but it's a seam ring. It's round, it's shiny. We've redone or I should say there's no we, I guess it's just me. I've redeveloped the polishing techniques over the last year with the help of some of my teacher friends, and I'm really happy with how the new polish is coming out. Jewelry looks even shinier than it did before, so that's always great. I got some other photos on here that apparently I can't scroll through, so let me figure out again how to work my computer. See all photos. That's not it at all either. So here we go. I do have a fancy ring section, and most of my fancy rings, I guess, do hit that like exclusive section. I guess I don't necessarily do like fancy drops or anything, but when I create my fancy ring collection, or I shouldn't even say it's a collection, when I create my fancy stuff, it's mostly one-off things. There are some things that are residents that stick around. I'll build up stock on them, but sometimes I just like to sit down at the bench and make something cool and hope somebody else thinks it's cool and want to put it in their customers. This is just a basic 3-ring design welded together. I have these in clickers. I have them in not clickers. So I got them in seam rings.
Did you also make that display?
I did. And I'm going to talk about those displays
Okay.
too. Yes, there's another angle of that.
Mm.
Did we just get possessed? What the hell was that? All right. I do have some beaded rings. I always like these. I think they're a classic design that always do really well in our studios. They hit a nice intermediate price point for our customers. Uh, we see a lot of those sell. Chains are something that everybody has been talking about today. So again, chains are hot. They're popping. We carry a lot of them. I sell a lot of them. I have a lot of different styles of chains. You can put them on ears, and noses, nipples, I guess, wherever you hell you when you put one, right? These are the double illusion rings. These have been super popular where it's just one ring that's got, another thing welded on the front of it. And it gives that illusion of having multiple rings in one piercing. We've sold a bunch of these in our studio, and they've done really well wholesale wise, and people love them. They just look super, super cool. Going through these photos today has made me realize that I need to redo all of my photography, because I've redesigned these a little bit since these pictures were taken. They have a lot smoother edges on them where the two rings connect, and it looks more fluid, more flush now. So,
Well, it's worth mentioning that, your entire company was born out of the necessity to fill these basic gaps in the studio and get them quick. So, I mean, I think it's important to stress that, because your designs are very simple and basic. They're the things that we move through fast.
yep.
You can get really extravagant designs from lots of companies, but to get something that you need, that does sell quickly with the lower price point, I mean, to get it really immediately is a huge benefit. So I think it's worth mentioning, as you're showing a lot of these like kind of simplistic designs, that the whole purpose of your company is like to fill this need.
Definitely. Yep. And a lot of times you find when you purchase things and you have the ability to get things quicker and things are in stock, that you're going to pay a premium for that. I don't. I again, affordability for studios is one of the things that I keep in mind. So at the end of the day, as long as I'm covering my cost, I'm pretty happy. These B rings are super hot. We go through a lot of these. Again, these B rings have been redesigned since I took these photos, where the hinge, where it opens up. It's not a hinge, it's a seam ring, but the opening of them has been moved a little bit closer to the B's, so it's tucked away a little bit more. It looks a little bit nicer. I have these facing right or left. Primarily, when I came up with this design, it was to put in doth piercings, because doth piercings were just, and still are, quite the rage. And there wasn't a lot of doth jewelry available that was more decorative. We were seeing a lot more plain rings, captive rings, circular barbells being put in them. So I wanted to have an option that decorated that up a little bit more. I also have them facing in like a downward direction, and they look great in septum piercings. The Super B is a fun design that it came up with. Added some bead designs on the edges of those B's, and it gives a really, really cool look in a doth piercing, and in the smaller sizes, it looks great in septum piercings. These have been redesigned as well too. I've had them casted as one single piece, and they just look a little bit more complete at this point. I've got a couple other chain styles, but mostly most of the chains are just dainty and delicate. I do have like a nice little figure design, and what else? Danger noodles are super popular. We do a lot of danger noodles, and I've got some gemstones are my new foray. The last couple months and the last 2 weeks that I spent at jewelry school have been focusing on gemstone settings, specifically pave style. So you're probably going to see a lot more one-off designs in pave styles hitting the website soon. This one here is all pave set diamonds and a little bead at the end. For all our Harry Potter fans, we do have the wizard rings. Those have been popular. Got some pyramid designs. I've got some double illusions. Got a big old gem in the back of them.
First, I've seen that one.
Have you?
Yeah.
So that's a neat design.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet either.
Yeah, this was a one-off piece that I made. I can't remember if it's found a home or not. If it's not, it can find a home at Born This Way.
You should go right now.
Mhm.
But yeah, more of those will definitely be. I'll make some more of those. So one of the other fun things is I got really into 3D printing, and 3D printing has just been like my new baby. And if I could figure out a way to make a living off of it, I would. But at this point, it's more just hobbyist stuff. So I've been making jewelry displays because everybody needs things to put things on. So these were some original prototype ones that are just different gemstone cuts. This is an emerald gem cut. I was going to bring a big display of displays to conference this year, but that didn't happen. Some of the original designs are going to be like a brilliant cut gemstone like this, just displays a nice little single ring. I've also got some like bigger, more organic gemstone displays. This one's a small one that you can hang a single ring off of. And then I also have the big version of this. This one stands, probably yay tall, and you can hang 4 different rings off of this. The cool thing about these is they're all printed in plastic, and that plastic can be painted any color that you want, which is like a simple spray paint, or you can use like an acrylic paint with a brush. But so you can really go through and customize these if your studio has certain branding colors that you would like to see in your cases. You can do that with these, or just leave them basic white, because that jewelry, the gold really pops on a white display. I love dinosaurs, so I made a dinosaur display. I don't know
Oh,
why.
I love it.
Yeah. And with these ones here, there's 2 points on there, so you can hang rings off the front of them. And this has a cute little dinosaur. Looks like Baron's actually bringing some of the displays out right now, so I can show you those in person. So this guy here, oh, that white looks terrible on the camera. So that shows you, though, I mean, light bounces off of white, and it's going to make your jewelry look even shinier. This is the small raw gems display, and this is the big one in comparison. So you can see there's a big difference between the ones. The little dino display, he's a tiny guy. He looks real cool. I like him. More jewelry displays are definitely on the horizon. I've been getting into laser cutting and doing more with my 3D printer. And my biggest problem in the world is that I'd have too many ideas and not enough time to execute. So it's the curse of the maker, I guess. But yeah, so that's what I've been working on. I have some other things to talk about once I figure out how to get my face back on here. How do I unshare things? Chris, help. Go to your video. Hey, am I back? Am I there?
Yes.
There's no screen share. I don't even know how I did that. Right on. Let's see. Did we talk about wait times and how I just don't have them? Like, there's just no wait times. It's just in stock. It's rad. We talked about chains. We talked about some fancy rings. My studio overstock section, man. So this one was just born out of like an oops, I guess. Occasionally I have friends that hit me up and they're like, hey, I got a bunch of this stuff. Do you want it? And so I'll take it from them. Or sometimes, friends of mine have studios that close after many years and they need somebody to take the inventory off their hands. So I've been just collaborating with a whole bunch of people on this studio overstock section. And sometimes we go through Born this way and we're like, damn, like in the last 10 years, we've amounted like at 1 billion libret posts that we didn't realize we had. So I figure instead of hoarding jewelry, there's got to be a better hands of studios that need that jewelry and need it to operate, and that they can get it in the hands of their clients. So the studio overstock section was just kind of born out of that. So if you go on the studio overstock section right now, you're going to find just all kinds of random shit. Like we've got titanium threadless jewelry. There's titanium threaded jewelry. There's some plugs. I don't even know what else. There's so much stuff on there. It's ridiculous. I put up grab bags of things because I'm too lazy to sit there and itemize all of it. There's just great ways to get good deals for your studio, or if you just happen to be out of something. please check my Studio Overstock website, because you never know. Like, I might have like a 2mm CZ prong set titanium end that you're like, oh man, we really need some of those. I'm out of them. Maybe I've got some sitting in a bag somewhere that are listed, so I can get them to you, so that way you can get them to your clients, and everybody wins in that scenario. So that's been super exciting for me. I put a lot of time and energy into it. Not necessarily, I'm not in it for the profit on that. Again, I'm in it to help my friends that have studios that need things to operate. So please check that out. It's great stuff to just add to your cart when you're making an order for basic C rings or getting some B rings, things like that. There's no minimum orders on my website. If you just need a couple things, just get a couple things. Like, it's totally cool. I don't mind. Yeah. Am I forgetting anything else that you guys can think of? Or
Well, you were talking about your overstock section, and I remember even at the shop, we've always stocked a ton of jewelry for stretched ears, and we took basically everything bigger than an inch and put it on your overstock site because we had a lot of it. So even like personal piercers, like collections, if you're just looking for something for yourself while you're ordering all your seam rings, take a look there and see if there's some cool stone or something that happens to be in your size.
Mm-hmm. And everything's wholesale priced again. Even all those plugs and things that we dropped on there. I mean, you're paying wholesale prices that we paid, like, 5+ years ago when we got the stuff. So there's some great deals on there. You might find some history on there. In my tools and merchandise, I don't know what it's called. It's like tools and merch section or something on the website. You'll find the jewelry displays. You'll also find, like, I was cleaning out some storage recently and came across a stack of like piercing and tattoo magazines and instructional VHSs and just like history things like that. So I found a couple PFIQs that I had duplicates of, and some body play magazines. And so I just listed all of that stuff on there, and I made a post on Instagram like, yo, I got this stuff, check it out. And that stuff was gone like instantly. I mean, within a day, most of that stuff was off there. So yeah, after just being in the industry, I've collected a lot of weird shit, and sometimes I find it, and sometimes I feel like it needs a new home. So Jewelry This Way is just kind of my baby for that. I want to say that I have a plan for the company, but business seems to keep rapidly changing, and we never know how it's going to evolve. And I just want to kind of roll with it. And also I want to have a good time while I'm doing it. I think Kale mentioned earlier that making jewelry was very Zen-like for her. And I've really found that making jewelry is like almost like a personal meditation for me. It's a time where I get to sit in my jewelry workshop with some chill music on, and I'm just there, and I'm just creating, and I'm just existing. And I'd like to say my brain isn't running a million miles a minute, but it still is. And that's where ideas come from, and that's okay. But I really enjoy making it. So I hope people keep buying it so I can continue to keep making it, because it's a huge passion of mine. And I would love to continue to do it for many years to come. Yeah.
Well said. Well
Thanks. Said. I love all you guys. I miss you. I'm really sad that I wasn't able to be in Vegas and see everybody this year. Last year was the first conference that I was able to do for Jewelry This Way. And it was almost overwhelming, getting to see everybody and like my booth and like my jewelry and that kind of stuff. One best booth, no big deal. It was just redneck themed with moonshine and shit, and I wore overalls and looked silly. But
I really like the banner that's behind you now. That was supposed to be at conference this year, right?
It was, yeah. We did a big rebranding. I love the 80s. I'm an 80s baby, so I went with some nice 80s theme, which you see reflected everywhere. Yeah, it's a good time. So
even in his outfit.
Even in my outfit,
You're
I got a floss, that's part of being it. So
you look like a tall cafeteria drink of water.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Speaking of drinks of water, I've been drinking this refreshing Topo Chico, and my time is almost up and I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to hand it over to Baron and April to introduce our next person right there. So you guys take it away, and I will be back shortly.
Who do we have next?
We have the People's Jewelry.
People's Jewelry, yeah. So that is another company that was born out of this necessity to get jewelry kind of quickly. And I love ordering from people's jewelry because I really do get it. It's in a couple of days.
Absolutely. I'm really what are they mostly carry? I've the claw set opals and well, I got
I think they have libret posts too. For our studio, we really get the claw set opal beads. The threaded ones in like 3 mil and 4 mil.
but they also have like captive beads and the opals and the teardrops and whatnot.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to tell us all the stuff that they have here in a minute.
Absolutely, yeah. Like really have they really come out with, well, we'll find out in a minute, right? So but cool. Chris, are they going to be on? Or they're on? Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Really, what do they mostly carry? I've the claw set opals and well, I think they have libret posts too. For our studio, we really get the claw set opal beads. The threaded ones in like 3 mil and 4 mil. But they also have well, they're going to tell us.
How are y'all?
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
How's the weather out where you're at?
It's California, man. It's SoCal. It's always nice here.
Yeah,
75 degrees, sunny, nice.
I rode my bike to work.
Oh, awesome.
The shit's not on fire anymore, so it's good.
Yeah. I don't even know. Like, I don't even want to look to see what's going on in California because it's always like they're on fire. Something's getting bad's happening. But it's great to see that the weather's great out there and you guys are smiling, and it's glad to see you guys are here.
Good to be here. Thanks for having us.
So, how long have you guys been around?
What, 3 or 4 years probably?
I think we started about 5 years ago, and the first year was kind of making samples, making sure everything worked properly. A lot of work. So.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about yourselves.
Like, how did you get started?
Yeah.
Same, kind of like the same, out of the necessity for the jewelry, Michelle and I have worked together for over a decade, and we run another very high volume studio called Laughing Buddha, and she owns that. And, it was always a problem with not being able to get jewelry in a timely manner, and it's hard to continue piercing and stocking the shop when turnaround times are taking 3 months, 4 months, or you wait 3 or 4 months for an order and then something's back ordered, and it really seriously was out of the necessity of, we need posts, we need gems, we need some of this stuff.
Yeah, and the piercers are upset because they're not making money. They have bills to pay.
Yeah.
So we started doing this.
We found a really badass machinist and started looking at what our favorite jewelry was that we used. We're using these neometals and these nanometals and these industrial strengths. Let's pick and choose the best aspects of, we like the disc from this company, and we like the radiusing from this company, and we like the settings from this company, and really look at what we like using in the studio and apply that to a jewelry company, but mainly making it to where piercers could get jewelry to do their jobs. Really it was out of us needing it at our own shop and saying, and then it started us helping our friends. We had piercers at other studios that would hit us up and, hey man, can you get us, some of these prong gems or some of these libret posts? And we really never planned to make this jewelry company this big thing. It really almost kind of happened naturally. Me and Michelle started doing this, and next thing you know, more and more of our friends are hitting us up. Michelle's calling me going, hey, my buddy over here needs some posts, and my friend with this shop needs some help. They've been waiting on their order for 3 months or whatever it is. And, and it's really the industry is very tight-lipped as far as any sort of guidance on how to do this. There's no one's going out of their way to help you and go, hey, you want to learn how to machine ASTM, titanium and get it to a mirror finish and get the radius. No one's helping you do this. No one's, it's very tight-lipped, but we just kind of went out. It was an ambitious endeavor, I think, from the get-go, but really it was just so our shop could have posts. We were like, if we can't get it, we'll make it our damn selves. We'll get somebody and we will make this and we'll make it happen. And like Michelle said, years of trying and hammering out the kinks and working it out.
Yeah, there was a few summers ago, I was really poor one summer just because we couldn't have jewelry to, and it was tight and I just got sick of it.
Yeah. We felt all those same feelings. We're in Tennessee on the other side of the country, but we were also feeling that same thing. Like the industry just blew up so quickly, and all of our companies just started getting further and further behind, which forces us to invest more and more and sit on more and more and have to plan our businesses months and months ahead. And that's just not the business
Realistic.
model that we all started with. Yeah.
Trends change, piercings change, the popularity of certain things change, you know, and that's not talking about the fact that titanium sitting in your backstock drawer is going to oxidize. You know, you get it from these companies, and us included. If you get a piece and it's super, super polished and it sits there for 6 or 7 months, it's not going to have that same polish to it. So you can only stock so much at your studio ahead of time and have it still looking super pristine the way it does when it comes and it's a month old, a week old. You know, so it's hard to predict too, 6 months ahead of time what you're going to need. And in today's world, none of us should have to. Unless I can order anything from anywhere in the world and Amazon can deliver it tomorrow, you know, and buying jewelry should be no exception, you know, really, you know, at least for basics. I understand some of these really elaborate gem settings and these custom pieces. If you want that, you're going to wait for it. But there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to get a barbell or a libret post or a basic piece of jewelry to be able to do your job in a timely manner, you know. And really that's kind of where we came from and what we started from. And that's still, at the end of the day, our main focus is to have a fast turnaround time and make sure that these piercers can order what they need with no minimum. And like you were talking about earlier with the click and order, you know, our whole business model is based off of web orders in today's world. And I don't want to fill out a 10-page XLS spreadsheet to place an order. I don't have 3 hours to kill doing that. And I don't want to, you know, spend an hour trying to do a return when a piece is, you know, having issues. And those were the things we started seeing a lot more of at our studio personally. And managing a studio, I'm like, why can't I just go click on this and say, I need 100 of these, I need 50 of these, I need 75 of these. There's my card, bam, it's done. You know, and most of our clients, we find order from home, from their cell phone at night after they got home from the studio, and they realize, you know what, shit, I am out of 18 gauge 5/16 and I need them in a week, not in 2 months, you know? So they order from their phone, and it's just a different business model than a lot of the other companies that are out there right now. I think it's very user friendly, very modern.
It's grown a lot faster than we thought it was going to grow. So in fact, we just hired 2 new people.
And thank you to
today.
all of our customers, you know, and all the people that have supported us. You know, we didn't know how everything was going to go and how we were going to be received, you know, in the industry in this way. And man, our customers have been super supportive and badass and helping us learn along the way. And, you know, every day we learn new stuff and we get better and we become a better company. And so thank you to all of our customers and all you guys for all your support and feedback and guidance. And just thank you. Rad to be here.
We all saw the need, and we really admire you guys for coming together and filling that need. Like it's definitely, there was a huge hole in our industry where, you know, Brian and you guys have really just said, like, my studio needs this stuff, I'll just make it myself.
Yeah. And I mean, we were kind of created, I think, by an industry that has these long turnaround times that really kept the piercers by the balls. And it sucks to say, but coming from a shop and the other side of it, you know, our piercing shops, really where we come from, the jewelry company is a really new thing for us. So we still come from it from the side of piercers. We're on your guys. We aren't some big corporate owned jewelry company. Like, we're piercers stabbing people all day long going, why the fuck can't I get 16 gauge 5/16 and not in less than 2 months? You know, so it feels great to be able to help out these studios. And, you know, we've had lots of customers say, you guys saved our ass, or you kept us open when we couldn't get jewelry, or our order was taking so long. And so, yeah, it's great. It's great to be able to give back and help, and at the same time keep our shop stocked with jewelry too.
So let's talk about whatever you guys have new this year. I saw on your website you guys have some collections with some new colors. You know, what do you guys want to share?
We'll go through a couple of some images of some stuff and show you kind of what we have and what we're working on. And, you know, for the people that aren't familiar with us, you know, we definitely we do all kinds of different, let's see here. What are you looking for? Red pose is the top of the kind of scroll through. So these are, you know, our implant grade titanium threadless libret posts. We also do these threaded as well in 16 and 18 gauge and 14 and 12 gauge. We do threaded straight barbells as well in implant grade titanium, 16 gauge, 14, 12 gauge. one-piece solid machined titanium balls, no press fit threads. Everything's solid machined out of one solid piece. Threadless beads as well, 3/32, 1/8 inch. We have 5/32 and 3/16 coming out. Threadless design tops like triangles from 2mm up, stars from 2mm up to 4, I believe. Hexes in multiple sizes, domes, hearts, threadless discs, all the basics, threaded discs.
What we need.
Our computer's kind of going crazy here.
What are you looking for?
Ooh.
I wanted to get down to the new stuff. Yeah. We have a lot of stone too. and
Yeah, we
stuff.
have a lot of basics, other stuff, ear weights, and
Yeah.
these are the new things we're coming out with here this next couple weeks is bezel set cabochons. So we'll have those in our full line of opals and natural stones. We'll be starting with 4mm, and those will be available threadless, threaded for 16 and 18 gauge as well. We'll be doing the full line of those from 2mm, 2.5, 3mm, 4mm, and 5mm. We will also be having bezel set CZs and faceted Swarovski gems from 1.5mm all the way up the whole run to 5mm, as well as prong set. And those will all be available in threaded, threadless, 16 gauge. Here's us just kind of hammering out the details and yeah, so a lot of stuff like that. We also have circular barbells and curved barbells in production right now. We're hoping to have those done around the end of the year. So really, we're trying to be a one-stop shop for all your basic necessities. If you need circular barbells, if you need curved barbells, we have a full run of different stone as well, double flared, simple basic stone. If you need some rose quartz or onyx or tiger eye or septum pieces. These are some gold sheen obsidian and clear quartz weights, brassier weights, water buffalo horn tusks and bone pinchers. And
there's so many people that want septum pieces like horn and bone and whatnot that they can't get them nobody's making them anymore.
So yeah, a lot of just basic stuff to keep your shop stocked. And turnaround time is, usually within a day or two. Sometimes it might take upwards of 4 or 5 days, but if you order your jewelry on Monday, it'll be shipped out by Friday.
Yeah.
And, really, we're open to ideas. We have a lot of customers that are telling us, hey, we really want, we just started doing, I think, threadless straight barbells because a lot of people were requesting just threadless straight barbells and in between sizes for 18 gauge threadless labret posts with 4mm and 2.5 backs. They wanted to do it in all the in between 11/32 and 9/32 and 7/32. So we're constantly adding and listening to what our customers say. Hey man, can you guys do these and can you put these out? And it's great. It's great to have the next year or two lined up with all the different types of basics that we use on the regular. That if there's ever any issues, like man, we're really running low on circular barbells or whatever. If there's only that small handful of companies that we can get them from, and it's nice to be able to have a company to where you can get them very quickly and no minimums. And we ship worldwide. We have lots of customers. We just shipped an order, I think, to Israel and
we just got
Australia.
Yeah, we've got a customer this morning from China, from mainland China.
Over.
So that's kind of exciting.
So yeah, it's really cool. It's really exciting, and it sucks that we're all not able to be at APP this year together and hanging out and showing new stuff. But we just keep hacking away at it and trying to just keep our turnaround times really short and keep our customers happy and keep their cases stocked. And
so, do you have any questions for us?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to make some comments just from my own studio. Is you guys really do ship immediately. We're on the other side of the country, and I get my stuff from you guys in just a couple of days, and that's huge for me because. Like you were saying earlier to that point about like, I don't have 3 hours to sit down and place an order. If I notice I'm out of something, I'll go order it from you guys rather than having to like think about, what the next 6 months of my life might look like at the studio and what I might need.
Yeah, we just started doing something where we have reoccurring orders now on the website where you can set it up where it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks or whatnot, where it'll just automatically order and ship.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a super awesome feature.
Those 16 5/16s, those 18 5/16s, you just know that every week, every 2 weeks, those are coming, and then you can order your accoutrement and your extras on top of that. And At least then your studio is never out at anything and you're not accidentally forgetting to place that order.
Mhm.
And
Love it.
also Caitlin is the brain of the shop. So
Say
she's,
hi, Caitlin.
yeah, say hi, Caitlin.
Hello, guys.
She's the one
Hello,
you gotta talk
Caitlin.
to. If you talk to
Yeah.
anybody, you talk to her usually.
Caitlin takes care of everything. She's the brains. So,
Nice.
so
Yeah, thanks
So
for
your website is peoplesjewelry.com, yeah?
huh?
yes, People's Jewelry.
And we work on it all the time,
Every day.
every day.
Every single
You
day.
got to. You got to.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're accepting wholesale accounts. So anybody who wants wholesale accounts, you know, hit us up. You need your tax ID number and all the fun legal stuff, and we'll get you all set up.
Is there just a section on your website for anyone that wants a wholesale account? They just can click and
You just click on the link that says wholesale account and put in your info. We'll approve you. And
I scrutinize them.
yeah, and usually approvals happen really quick. You know, we're pretty much on this thing all the time.
There's a lot of people that are trying to get wholesale accounts that aren't shops. So,
I think the whole industry appreciates you guys doing that kind of diligence for sure.
yeah, you know, so we have to scrutinize everybody that wants an account.
Yeah, and we're always
Still get
open.
it done quick.
Your shop has ideas or certain jewelry that you really like, man, we'd like to have these produced. Hit us up. Let us know. We're open, you know, and we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not doing anything that no one else before us hasn't done, but we are doing it faster. And we are making sure that, you know, we're putting the power back in the piercer's hands and it's in your control. And no longer
And
do you
paying
have
your
to
bills.
wait. No longer do you have to wait 3 months for your order or plan your life a quarter of the year in advance to make sure that you have basics to do your job and to make money. So thank you for allowing us to be here. You know, it's really an honor and it's rad to be able to have jewelry in all your guys' shops and to be a part of this rad industry.
Definitely.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for organizing it. That was a really great idea.
Well, I'm muted. Here we go. The guy who's behind the scenes, Chris, he actually he does this for the maker industry of people who are into like 3D printing, CNC machining, that kind of stuff. And one of my best friends was involved with that. And he also does a podcast with Chris. And they used to have these maker fairs where people would show up and get kind of like our APP, but on a smaller scale. And then they started doing these virtually after the pandemic hit. And as I was watching it and was involved with it, I was like, oh, why don't we have this for piercing right now? This just makes sense. Like we need to be able to showcase our jewelry and talk to our customers, but we don't have any way to do it right now. So yeah, so again, like you guys, not really doing anything too inventive, just finding other people that are talented along the way and pulling them on my team to do cool things.
The industry, you know, I mean, really, that was the big thing is the parts and the pieces were there, but the need was the turnaround time, you know, and everybody that I talked to from coast to coast and all my friends that own shops, everyone was in the same boat. Oh yeah, how long did it take you to get your last blah, blah, blah order, you know, 3 months, you know, 3.5 months, and customers coming in and custom ordering something, and you would tell them how long it was going to take them to get that piece of jewelry, and they would just, their jaw would hit the floor, you know, where there was a need, you know, for sure. And I think, you know, a lot of people started specializing in more things and not trying to do everything under the sun. And it went to a lot of smaller companies going, okay, cool, we're going to knock out seam rings, and this is what we're going to do, and we're going to get them out to you, and we're going to have them to you super quick, and we're not going to try to do 50 million other things, but we're going to do seam rings, and we're going to do them well. And it seems like it's working, you know, finally, slowly the flow is coming back to these studios where it's not these really crazy long wait times and everyone has jewelry again, it's flowing.
Keeping it
definitely think
simple
you
and less
guys
is
have-
always more.
Oh, go ahead, Baron.
I said keeping it simple and less is always more is a great way to attack things, especially, you know, if you're wanting to kind of, like you said, happen organically in a way where you do it out of necessity, then it grows more for you.
Yeah.
You guys have really spearheaded this paradigm shift in the industry because it kept getting, you know, we always had to custom order everything or order, you know, everything was made to order, but it started to get so backed up that it just got incredible, you know, overwhelming for studios. And, you know, just the fact that you guys saw this need and then birthed this company to fill that need, you guys have really helped shape the industry towards smaller makers again, so that we aren't just at the whims of 2 or 3 companies.
Yeah.
And we've heard from a lot of people that are wanting to join the APP, you know, because to be an APP member, you have to order from professional companies for so long. You know, you have to have this backlog of how long you've been ordering. And, you know, from a lot of the bigger companies to have, you know, X amount of consecutive orders, it might take you 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, a year, you know, however long it is to have this history of ordering from a professional company to be able to get your APP certification. So we have a lot of people that were like, man, thank you guys, because you helped me be able to get my APP certification quicker, because I'm able to order weekly from you guys and show that I have been having professional quality jewelry in my studio without having to wait 3 months between each order, or having to spend huge amounts of money every 3 months just to be able to have your stock to tide you over till the next order comes in. And two, being able to just get an account. I know a lot of the bigger companies may not very well be accepting accounts from a lot of people, or you have to order X amount of dollars annually or whatever to keep your account so you don't get dropped, or you're within X amount of miles of XYZ studio, and so now whatever jewelry company isn't going to give you an account because you're within, you know, which I understand all those things, but there is also a lot of people that are trying to get professional quality jewelry in their studio. They're trying to step their game up a bit. You know, it was nice being able to help those people and help the small people go, it's cool, we'll give you an account. We'll make sure we'll give you your APP certification. And yeah, so it's really cool.
Yeah,
I really like how mostly when I talk to younger piercers that are trying to do their own thing within a tattoo studio, or they're trying to up their jewelry game or in quality. I really enjoy seeing smaller, I guess the word is, you don't need a minimum order, only a couple things. I know when I started, I think I had $500, and I had ordered from one of the companies, and I had to like spare that out and then take that and keep recycling that money back into it. Before, this was before like even your company, when I was doing this stuff at my old studio. And it's awesome to see that there are companies now doing this for our industry, instead of, just like a big overwhelming, you had the mains, right? If that's what you want to call it. And now you have all the, like, yourself coming up and helping everyone out. You're giving it back to the people.
Yeah,
People helping people. It's what we
yeah.
do. It's what we do.
Giving back to the piercers, the
on
people.
really good customer service. You know, like if somebody needs something right away, we do what we can to get it out, or if there's a problem, we try to talk to them on the phone and not through an answering machine and whatnot.
I still feel like I'm just a piercer helping hook up my friends that pierce with jewelry. I don't feel like this is a business. I'm not coming at this, and looking at it even like a business. I mean, she does a lot of the more business stuff, but to me, I still feel like it's, my friend from the studio calling me going, dude, I can't get any posts. Can you help me? And just being able to help people out, it feels good. And it feels good to know that all my piercing friends are able to pierce and have access to the jewelry when they need it. And at the end of the day, all the money in the business, whatever aside of it, it feels good just to be able to help my friends and help where we all came from and give back to the community and give back to the studios, and power to the people,
Yeah.
no more 3 month wait times,
Yeah.
no more being under the rule of those that world anymore. Everything's changed, and jewelry should be available when you need it very quickly. And that's our goal from day one. And it will be our goal till the end of this company, is to make sure that you guys get your jewelry fast, and we won't keep adding a bunch of designs if we can't keep our turnaround time short.
Well, thank you.
Getting back to the roots.
Yeah.
Like the industry grew so quickly, and just it exponentially just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it almost like exploded. And then all these smaller parts are kind of settling back to, a smaller type of feel in the industry. Like it's good to be able to go to these smaller companies and not some, huge company that you're just a number. Being able to support a small company is kind of what we're all about anyway.
Yeah, I did. I was talking to somebody from Google Analytics at Google last year, because I was working on our SEO for the websites. And he did some research about body jewelry. And we were talking on the phone, and he goes, I did some research about your business. And he goes, oh my God, I didn't realize how much jewelry you all sell, like as an industry.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, it's kind of a secret. And it's kind of a nice secret. It's kind of nice that we're kind of under the radar still. So that was really I really enjoyed talking to him and hearing that actually. So
It's always interesting to have an outside perspective. I've got some other, business mentors and stuff, and they always ask some questions, and I sort of have to explain to them that it's not what they assume. And that's pretty much standard for everything we do in our industry. Even 10 years ago, when we would say we had to wait 4 or 5 weeks for stuff, even my business mentors were like, really? Like, I managed a, electronics store, and we ordered, the way people just, their minds are blown about how we do things.
yeah. Yeah, when I tell people about the jewelry company, I was living in Puerto Vallarta last year, and then the businesses started growing incredibly where I knew I had to move back, and then I moved to Palm Springs and I was driving here once a week. And then, a few months ago, I just like shifted gears and did something bigger. And then I thought, oh, I need to come in every day. So I just moved back last month. And now it's going to shift gears once we come out with these new threaded ends. So
and it's crazy to see and learn how much work goes into this stuff. A lot of people see a LeBret post on the customer side of it, and oh yeah, look at this little thing, and to see what Anatometal and Industrial Strength and Neometal and BVLA and these companies have done is mind blowing.
yeah,
Hats off to Nick and Barry and JD and all of you guys, because you know what? It's not easy, and to see what you guys have done and to see how badass your guys' jewelry is, it's awe-inspiring. It really is. And you know what I mean? We're not trying to be them. We will never be them. Those guys are in a category all of themselves. But, when people go, why did it take so long to get this piece? There's a lot of work that goes into that piece of jewelry. To machine that out of one solid piece of titanium and all the work that goes into that from A to Z, it's a lot of work, and so it's very understandable why turnaround times can get to be what they are. Sure. And how big this industry got and how many things. And, it is, we got an Anatometal order earlier at our shop next door, and it's just every day mind blowing to see what these guys are doing, the innovation that they have of what they're pushing every day into the industry for all of us that have these studios to have, so to all of you all, thank you, because you guys are the one that paved the way for all of this and for all of us, and still today continue to push the envelope of innovation of what's coming out on the market for jewelry. So to all those other jewelry companies out there, thank you all. Thank you guys.
I think the development of these smaller companies offering, more basic items actually alleviates some of these bigger companies so that they can do more innovative.
And that's what we were saying too. That's what we're talking about. It takes pressure off of people. Barry and I are really good friends. So, he doesn't really, we don't even talk about this kind of stuff.
But all those guys, yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Well, we really appreciate having you guys on. We appreciate what you guys are doing for the industry, because you really are filling a need. So thank you so much for being a part of our vendor Splendor.
Thanks for having us. We've been watching all day. It's been great.
Yeah, good time.
Awesome. Excellent. Thanks.
For the next one.
Yep.
Guys.
Bye, y'all. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun to see all their website and everything and talk to them.
Yeah, I forget that you, from the piercer side, you're not necessarily digging into all of that all the time, since you don't have to sit and put together orders for hours.
I relate everything to being like a piercer and just myself in a tattoo studio trying to up my jewelry game, and then having to order and do these things. It's definitely it's like bringing back memories.
Oh, all right. Who do we have up next? Is it Tether? It's Tether. Oh boy.
I'm going to have to leave in about 15 minutes, maybe 10. So I won't get to stay for all of Tether's presentation, and I'm really bummed out about that, especially Quetzali too. I really, really, really want to be here for these last couple, and I'm kind of heartbroken that I won't be here for all these.
I just had to do it. I'm sorry, April.
We're just waiting for Tether. All right. How's Cinnamon doing back there?
She's comfy. She likes to be the star of the show, but not too much into it. Henry's over there sleeping, so she's chilling right here behind me.
I am a little sad that I'm not with my cats right now.
No,
so.
Nyla would be up here just like knocking everything off the desk. Like,
Yeah, it's true.
we'd be playing board games and she comes through and just like wrecks the board up.
She means well, I think. Excellent. Look at this handsome man.
Yay. Hi, Paul.
Hey,
How are you?
can you hear me okay?
We sure
Yeah.
can.
Sweet. Y'all don't even know if I'm wearing pants.
You don't know if I am.
None of us could be wearing pants and no one would know. I'm doing okay. I'm visiting my sister in Colorado. So I'm currently in Colorado. This was planned. And so when Brian invited me, I was stoked, but I was like, how am I going to do this? Not from the office. So we'll figure it out. But here I am. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I know this does take some energy putting all this together and time, and you're taking your entire day to host all of us. Really appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Paul.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
We all got to work together in order to make things happen. So
Brian,
Yeah.
one thing I always say,
teamwork makes the dream work.
one team, one dream.
Boom.
That too. Cool, sweet, awesome, dope.
Yeah, cool. So awesome.
So, Paul, give us a little bit of your backstory. You've been a piercer for a long time. Now you have a jewelry company. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I was a young buck in the late 90s, and that's kind of when I started my piercing journey. It was a lot different back then. Yeah, so I pierced in San Francisco at this beautiful studio called Brain Drops. Now closed, rest in peace. But I, dealing with so many, as a jewelry forward studio at that time, that was pretty innovative and different. We started working with so many of different jewelry manufacturers back then. I mean, there wasn't that many back then, but when you stock a lot, you just kind of see a lot. And I will always, like, when I would be buying, I would always think of things like, hey, why don't you do this? Why aren't they doing this? There's this need for that, blah, blah, blah. And so I just started thinking about things that I personally would wear too. I felt like there was not a representation of now deemed masculine jewelry. I think there was a lot of like more feminine quote designs, or just more things that didn't vibe with me personally. So more diversity, I think, was needed. And fast forward, Braindrop started doing organics and started doing some basic shapes and things. And so I got my first taste at some jewelry design, and I started drawing at that point. So I actually started drawing more consistently and being a little bit more like an artist in that way. And then that kind of blossomed into Tether. I kind of just saved all my really good ideas, for myself. So, and yeah, we launched, I decided to kind of retire from piercing 6 years ago. And I launched Tether in 2014. But we didn't really get to APP till 2015. This will be our fifth year. So we're new-ish, but I've been around. Yeah, I've seen a lot.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about your collections and kind of what you want to share.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just this evolution collection for 2021 is a lot of designs. There's 14 gold designs alone. And every single piece that we produce has a story and has this theme and vibe behind it. However, with the time constraint, I'm not gonna really like go through every single, that's gonna be 24 different stories and whatnot. So I'm just gonna go over them briefly and skipping around, and so bear with me. But feel free to please go on our site because we do take the time and energy to really tell that story and produce the energy and vibe with that piece. Every single listing on our site has the copy of the story. So But yeah, I'm gonna try to screen share, and we're gonna do a little thing with me. Is that cool?
Yeah.
I'll just talk over our catalog. I'm gonna basically play our catalog, and I'm just gonna talk over. It's a really nice catalog, though. So
Your catalogs are always stunning, like stunning every
thank
time.
you. That's because it's about the team we have. I, you know, someone was mentioning you always have to like have a good team members. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the new collection. You know, evolution definitely has already a definition behind that name, but we're just kind of exploring the evolution of Tether's dual cornerstone themes of organic and human made. So like the collection kind of reflects the like biomechanical growth and launching oneself into a distorted, sleeker, transformative state into a more complex sphere of existence. I had to read that. Transformation is the one key concept. I'm involved. I am evolving as a designer. The world is evolving. Fashion is evolving, and of course, our industry is evolving as well. So this kind of starts a few cool new concepts, and yeah, I'm excited about it. I really missed APP truly, because this was a really good collection. Tether's really known for clickers. I feel like that we kind of started in that way. So, you know, this year we're continuing on our super intricate, you know, tight, neatly detailed cast stainless steel clickers. We have 4 new designs this year, available in rose gold, naked stainless steel, gold, and obsidian black. This cover page is one of my favorites. It's called the Omni. But we'll start with the Quinn. Really cool, neat little designs in there. The negative space of those dots kind of create their own texture, vibe, and pattern. I really like this one. This one's really slim. You know, I think I've kind of stepped into more what is, I think, Tether's subtleties instead of like a bolder, cuffier, chunkier piece. Like how can I evolve into being more subtle, I guess, or more a statement but understated still, or like an everyday wear but still statement, right? So that's kind of my focus for the clickers this year. This one's really cool, a lot of negative space, and just, you know, when you get a lot of space in there, just like it looks really beautiful on. And we have this one's already up, so there's a lot of pictures of this in. I really like how it fits and looks, and you can see light behind it, the arrow. Sorry. So the chasm, I decided to make some conch variants. I did a conch version like way back when, like I think my first collection or second collection. So, you know, conch I feel like is still a heavy hitter for y'all, hopefully. I see a lot of conch piercings being done. So this particular design is also available in 12 millimeter or 1/2 inch inside diameter. So these look amazing in a conch as well. All of our clickers are available in 8 mil 5/16 or 9.5 3/8. Here's the Omni, just really amazing texture, kind of like nuances, the matte and shiny together. This one's like really, this one's one of my faves of the clicker collection. But yeah, so that's our clickers.
Is that all the way around, or does that have a flat backside so it's kind of reversible? Or
yeah, so that design, I don't know how to go backwards on this, but that design is completely flat and high polish on the one side, so it is reversible. So it's like two septum pieces in one.
yeah, clients love that. It's definitely a bigger value for them to be able to have 2 options.
Yeah, for sure. You'll notice on some of my other designs from previous collections, you'll see a lot of that. I love that, just to be able to have different looks with the same piece of jewelry. Moving on, I decided to make some more chunky weights this year, just some more heavy, and kind of like branch off into different materials. Like I've always worked in steel. It's stainless steel. 316L is really amazing, and it's basically indestructible and white. But this year I wanted to kind of like really delve into and celebrate copper. I think it's a beautiful, one of Earth's most cherished elements. And what's fascinating is ancient civilizations figured out the antimicrobial properties of copper well before science, well before the concept of even microbes became a thing. I think that's bananas to me, just to like, they just figured it out, like copper just kills bacteria. So I thought that would be what's particularly interesting and beneficial for what's happening now. I think it really hits home just with COVID and stuff. So all of these weights are kind of like clicker weights, but there's just a hinge and it closes. As you know, tether, I feel like it's our signature thing that we brought into the forefront. And I'm seeing a lot more clickers these days, which is awesome. So these are available in solid copper, brass, and nickel-free white bronze. This one's my absolute favorite. Spent a lot of time design. The Mobius strip in general is just a fantastical, mathematical, amazing design. I was super influenced by MC Escher as a kid, and I mean, I think who wasn't? It was just amazing. So this is kind of a little bit of nod to that, but my idea with weights is I feel like there's always been like a wearable part. So if you notice in my designs, you can't really see where the ends and begins, and that was the whole idea of came out of Mobius. It's just infinity, just keeps going. And so you kind of see that with all of our weights this year is like, there's no real like wearable blank space. It just kind of all, the design just flows through and is very continuous. So this is the Eon. Next one's the Stargate. So I actually collabed with my dear friend Derek last year, and we entered in a piece, a collaborative piece for the, I'm brain farting right now. So this was the base like concept, and he went in and just embellished. Yeah, and this one's cool. It has holes and shiny surfaces too, so it gives a lot of good negative space. Again, you can't really tell where the beginning and end is, and again, that's kind of the idea. Sorry, Derek is the founder and creator of Regalia, so we collabed last year. Again, so when you're using hollow forms, I also wanted to really emphasize that I had reconstruction in my ears, but when I wore weights, I didn't really like super heavy stuff. So I always kind of bear that in mind when I make weights. And that's kind of part of the process too, is like if you just make it hollow, hey, there shaves off some weight. So that was the kind of idea also with the Stargate. These look amazing in too.
I love that.
And
design.
then, thanks, man. Pyramids, triangles. Who doesn't love triangles? Look at Jewelry Display's vendor Splendor background right now. It's just everywhere. They're everywhere. Big ups to the triangle. So again, just messing with texture and just kind of continuing the design and just playing with little cuts and little tweaks with light. And these are really cool on too. They look amazing.
I like them.
And what's beneficial with using these native metals is we were able to keep these at a really reasonable price point. And that's kind of what I also wanted to pass on to is like, I think these retail at $135 a pair, I think. I'm sorry, I got to check the price, but somewhere around that. And like, again, it was really cool thinking in this way outside of stainless steel. So they're like not plated. This is just raw copper, raw brass.
That's awesome.
So if you feel free to, everybody's got a polishing rag these days, I feel like. So yeah, or just let them oxidize. It's super beautiful too. I love that kind of chemical reaction that happens with oxygen. Just leave it natural. Cool. Should I stop talking and let you guys ask questions?
No, you were doing great.
I really enjoyed the weights that were like morphing and they just kept repetitive making a shape.
Yeah, the
Super
Mobius,
awesome.
dude, it's super trippy. They're really cool in too. You can just kind of spin them and wear them different ways.
The one thing I like, Paul, about Tether is the textures and then the organic feel you always give with the different shapes and everything is really awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I always wanted to design in a way where you can just, you don't necessarily need gemstones. It's the shape and the structure.
Oh, the one big thing I like about your company is I don't know if you remember me when I was
Yeah, of course I do.
yeah,
Road salesman.
you had come to my studio. You fit me into your schedule. You were on the road and you had happened to just you were in between studios and happened to drop by to just show me your first, like I think it was like 2015, 2016.
Yeah, I remember. It was my first time in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Corn everywhere.
Yeah, it's just flat and nothing to see. That's why I'm here now.
Mhm.
But yeah, and it definitely reflects in the jewelry that you carry and the jewelry you make, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's move on to 14 karat gold because that is a big time seller for a lot of people. Oh, there's one more picture of everything. This was a really cool styled product shot. This photographer is amazing. I can tag her, Elena. So 14 karat, like I really wanted to go balls out and really try to produce more, also smaller, also more variety in my way. All of our 14 karat ends are wholesale only and available exclusively through stockists, and it'll continue being that way. So I'm super proud to also say that all of our 14 karat threadless gold ends are 100% certified recycled gold. So I want to continue being committed to building more products using non-mining supply chains and inspiring other makers to do so as well. And I think there's a lot of resources out there to get recycled materials, and I think it's a really good thing. All of our ends feature pins made from implant grade ASTM F138 stainless, made by Intrinsic Body Jewelry in San Francisco. Wick is an old friend of mine. Braindrops was one of his first clients. Shout out to Wickert. And the pin is laser welded for strength. So, and it also comes, all of our 14 karat ends come with 14 karat ends come with a lifetime warranty.
Awesome.
Yep. So I split these into 3 design series. So the first one is the Zeta series, and Zeta series are all smaller. They're like 3, 3.5, and 4 millimeter max, very low profile. Again, we're kind of touching on that shiny texture vibe. You know, when you go this small, honestly though, you like can't really do that much. There's just not enough physical space. I wish technology would be where my brain is, and then we can produce just 3D. I mean, Brian, you probably know, just high resolution, let's just get more high resolution and just get crazy. I'm waiting, I'm ready. So we'll see.
That's
maybe
2 of us.
I know, maybe you and I we'll just do it ourselves. We'll create it. I don't know.
All right, let's
anyway,
do it.
all of our, so yeah, the Zeta look really good with just that whole pairing and cluster piercing ear stuff and all of the ear curation that we're doing, and that everyone's really stoked on. So this one kind of has, I like the concentric circles, and I have one, the Zeta 6 has concentric. Here, can you see my little pointer? Here, I'll use my mouse. This one's cool, triangle, again, triangles are powerful. This one was kind of, I want to create basically gemstones with using gold instead, and so you're kind of just creating that mill grain and just like a beautiful mirror finish shape. Kind of gives a lot of like emphasis on the light reflection. So Kappa series is all 5 millimeter. I feel like 5 millimeters, that really good balanced size that looks, it's like a good like single piece, but you can accent with it. So I really want to emphasize that size. So Kappa is that way, and I use a little bit more negative space. You can kind of see these really cool spaces, and just kind of again using texture and shine to kind of just pull the beauty out of just the shape and the form, like so, like this. And then Theta is our larger stuff, big boys, big beings. I would say they can be, some of these are up to, I think yeah, the 33. This one's a 66. This is like 10 mil long, but they're pretty narrow. But again, they're on the laser welded pin. They're really strong. But I really love this, again, high polish juxtaposition with texture. And again, you see that a lot in my design. I really like the squiggly one.
Yeah.
Beta 33. And again, available in white, yellow, and rose. And I have a video of our next series, and I'd like you guys to play it. It's Sigma series, and these are all side mounted. And we know how y'all are doing a bunch of nipple piercings and a bunch of bridge piercings. So if you can play that for me, I think I was just supposed to cue it.
Very excited to continue our side mount collection. This year decided to go a little bit more lower profile and smaller for comfort in mind. And this fits any side mount orientation barbell, aka nipple jewelry, but can be worn also in an industrial, also eyebrow, also navel. This is the Sigma 9, and that base measures 3.5 by 4 millimeters, and the total length is 4.5, and it fans out to about 6.5 mil. Beautiful piece. This is the Sigma 3. Who doesn't like honeycomb? Very low profile, very lightweight, very comfy. That base measures 3.5 by 5 millimeters tall. And the overall length is 5 mil. This would look excellent in nipple piercings. This is the Sigma 1. Again, nice and low profile and lightweight. Cool negative space. The base also measures 3.5 by 5 millimeters, and the overall length is 5 millimeters. It's got a very cool arc to it, bullet kind of. And this is going to be super comfortable in any of those piercings.
All right, we're back. We also released some modern hoops as well. Modern hoops are our earring category, and all of our modern hoop earrings feature a sterling silver wire that's half hard tempered, so they're really springy, and that really benefits the closure of them. And the bodies are cast in brass, and they're all plated in gold, rose, and silver. This one's a beautiful piece, very inspired by Art Deco, and you can read the sci-fi nod there too. But our closures the clasp design is really simple. It's just like a through hoop wire earring design, but I've just noticed that they're just the most secure, man. They'll pendulate really well, and then if you pull on them, they don't come loose. And so they just like the little end goes through the loop, boom, done, and you kind of know your jewelry's there and safe. So this one's the Estelle.
I love
the
detail that you put into the designs, not only just in their aesthetics, but in the functionality, and making sure that like the part that goes through the ear is actually going to stay there, because it's been a problem with a lot of jewelry that we've had.
Yeah, I mean, it's just things that in my history that when I purchased, and just like even outside of body jewelry, like where as a designer, you're constantly looking at jewelry and touching jewelry. Well, pre-COVID, but I'm always super interested in like locket closures and hinges and clasps and little claws for necklaces, and and like on a side note, like I'm new on now, it's not Hush. I'm working with magnets, and so I'll have some new
How do
designs.
those work?
You'll have to wait and see. It's a secret. But I have some new.
I heard it was miracles.
Oh, how do magnets work in general?
Yeah. Never mind.
Anyways,
Yeah, he's
next.
something to
Next. The lumen is a little smaller. This is more of a medium size. It's about 1.5 inches total height, and just really clean. Really good for active everyday wear. Most like it's not too showy, but showy enough. Again, it's that kind of balance with that moderate fashion. Celine, super moon crescent vibes too, and yeah, like this one's really popular. Where we actually sold out and we got a restock. So restock's coming soon. Check website. Right now we do have all of our clickers and weights in stock, ready to ship now. 14 karat gold ends are made to order, so they're around the 6 to 8 week mark. But yeah, and I'm really excited. That ends my slideshow presentation. So let me stop the share. Hey, I'm really excited for some new stuff. I was talking about some magnets, but we are actually delving into gem set gold ends.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm excited about that. That's going to be coming very soon, as well as everybody's been wanting it. Hell has frozen over, but Tether is going to release 16 gauge clickers. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa. Thank you. Yeah, so
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on, I got this.
No rap horn?
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
There it is. That's my fave. And so that actually should be in stock very soon, and only in select designs. We're slowly kind of implementing that. It's just, yeah, it's slow. We're definitely trucking along. We're trying to survive, and it's been tough. It's been tough for everybody, but we appreciate the support already that's come in. And yeah, shout out to Eleni, my #1. She's amazing, and my business partner, amazing. We have a bunch of other part-time people, and not a bunch, but a few other people that I really appreciate them kind of throwing down for us. And yeah, everybody is just like cogs in the machine, and we'll get through this. I feel like
oh yeah,
we just got to survive, and come May, hopefully we'll be okay.
I think it'll, no matter what happens in the world, I feel like people still want to take care of themselves. They still want to adorn themselves with things, and they still want to have things that make them happy. And I feel like jewelry is one of those things that's really timeless, and it's shown the test of time. No matter if a world war is going on or anything like that, like jewelry is still being created, it's still being purchased by the public. And so when we reopened after the our lockdown here, we've been busier than ever.
Amazing.
We
Right.
might be busier than we were before we had to shut down. So it's it just goes to show, like, people still love this. They still like doing nice things for themselves and getting nice things for themselves.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I think self-care is really like emphasized now. Even if someone didn't appreciate it before, they're really trying to spoil themselves a little more. Life is precious, family is precious. Just emote, enjoy, express yourself. Yeah, I've been hearing that y'all, a lot of shops are even more busy or just really slammed, and it's been amazing, even with the new format of appointment only. But
I've also noticed, because due to our restrictions and what we have, we're able to spend more time with our clients individually, because obviously you can't let everyone into the studio with them.
Right.
But like you said, self-care is important. I had a client in the other day that she was having a bad week and was like, I'm going to just buy something nice for myself and to start my week over. And we were able to pick out a really nice piece of jewelry and get it, install it for her. So
Rad.
We'll get through. One team, one dream, as I always say.
Yeah. Coined. Meme. No.
Yeah.
Tag.
Yeah.
Any last questions? I think our time's up, right?
I loved you joining us. Thank you so much for sharing your new collection with us. For everybody, it's tetherjewelry.com.
Yeah, so check us out at tetherjewelry.com, TETHERJEWELRY, and then Instagram at Tether Jewelry. And yeah.
No TikTok?
No TikTok. Oh, we do have some amazing discounts and sales coming very soon for this thing. So check out all wholesale discounts, retail discounts, all of it. It's our first time really doing the sale thing. So please go shopping, give yourself some love, support, love your shop, love yourself. Peace out.
Thank you so much for joining us, Paul. Have a good
You're
day.
welcome. Good night.
See you later. Oh, I love getting to talk to Paul.
Paul's great.
Always a delight. Always a delight. Oh, man, I'm going to get me some new ear weights now that I just saw some of those new designs. Every year when we go to conference, it's that's one of the booths that I'm always sure to hit up, you know, for personal jewelry, not shop jewelry. And his weights are always on my list and get a new pair or two every year. So
every year at conference, I always buy at least one pair of earrings for myself, plugs, weights, whatever. It's just nice to be able to have that option, and you know, it's like a treat yourself for the one time. Sometimes, you know, maybe I'll grab more, but I actually haven't been to a conference since not being in charge of jewelry. So we'll see what this next year brings. But it's great to see all these vendors coming out and you know, representing what they're all about and bringing awesome jewelry to the table.
Definitely. Next up, we've got Quetzali Jewelry. And I'm really excited. This is going to be our last person on the podcast, or I guess it's not a podcast, a video cast. I don't know what you call
A
it.
live YouTube event.
Yeah, there we go, right? Hello, hello. How are you?
Hey, how are you guys?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's good to see you.
You as well. What's new in your world?
Well, pretty much the same as everybody, you know, getting through the pandemic and doing, you know, okay. I would have to say, keeping my spirits up and trying to still be creative and making jewelry and just I don't know, just doing my thing, but finding new ways to do it. Recovering from well, now it's not so much, but like it was pretty sad not having APP this year and not being able to see everybody and check out what everybody made and just like, you know, to be able to be in contact and just have like, you know, that experience that I had taken for granted for all these years. And finally, you know, like I couldn't believe it, but you know, here we are. And I'm glad that you created this because it's been really awesome to see all these other jewelry companies and, you know, for them to be expressing about themselves and what they're doing and, or what are they inspired by. And it's pretty sweet to be able to see each other in the new modern ways, you know, 2020 style. So yeah, it's good. How about you guys? How's life?
Just staying real busy and you know, doing what we can to rethink the way that business is being done and the way that we need to morph into connecting with one another. So it's good, you know, with everything in life comes innovation. So, you know, even with it.
So true. Yeah, I think now we spend more time thinking of what we could be doing different.
Doing what I love and just trying to get through it every day by day and, you know, adjust accordingly.
That is good. Yeah. Yeah. No other way, huh? Yeah.
Do you have any jewelry you'd like to show us? What have you been working on?
Well, what I've been working on, well, we made a little video here that is, let's see if I can, I'm gonna try to do it. Let's see. Yeah. That would be pretty good. yeah. I was so confident about it, but now that you're doing it, I'm like, you take over. Yeah. Let's do the gold, and then yeah, let's do that.
Wow, so that was quite the collection of things that we saw. That was just, there was so much stuff. I don't even know where to begin on what to talk about. It seems like you guys have put a huge emphasis and focus on gold, like looks like a lot of gold ends and gold rings and stuff. And I guess from what I remember of seeing your jewelry at conference over the years, you know, it started out with a lot of organics and things like that. So um, it's really neat to see that you guys have been like evolving and continue to grow and in that manner. And that's really awesome. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about like your gold stuff?
Yeah, well, as you said, like I've always, and I still make, hanging pieces and hoops and stuff. But as we all know, our industry has evolved, and the need for gold has been, increasing, to say it somehow. And I love making jewelry, and I just want to be, like always making more of it. And definitely, like it was a challenge to begin, because when you're making hoops or weights, you want to go big, and that was like for the longest, we're like, heavy, big, really something that really showed. And we're like, okay, so what can you make in 5 millimeters, or
Mm-hmm.
like max 8, or something. So it's been a beautiful journey to begin with. I started, like, I had a small selection, maybe like 10 or 15 pieces that I started from the beginning, a couple of filigree flowers, a couple of things. And I would at first just take orders, but slowly I've been definitely adding to it, and it's been so much fun. It's been really gratifying to see them now, like just, to keep on flowing with what, um, what it's coming, now, like, chains and charms. And I've really gotten into, well, I already was into natural stones, so it only makes sense to translate it to what I make. So we do like everything with natural gemstones. So we do a lot of, like, sapphires in all its colors, like yellow sapphire, olive sapphire, white sapphires, not like just the traditionals, the topases, the tanzanites, more classic, the garnets or rubies or citrines. And that's been a lot of fun too, to be scouting out stones and like seeing what you can make with them and how you can like match them and create different like accents by putting together different combination stones. That's been a lot of fun too. And I feel I feel really proud and happy about it, and I just hope I can keep on growing it and see where it really ends up. Mhm.
I always enjoy the positivity and the just the good energy that you bring towards the creation of jewelry. It's always very inspiring. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. No, yeah, well, I definitely love, as I've said, making jewelry. It's one of the things that I probably enjoy the most, is like just sitting and being with the jewelry and like, either like designing or, there's a lot of stuff that comes into being a jeweler, from like, organizing it, thinking what you need to be making, what you're missing, and then also like creation. But not everything is the fancy, like, I wish I was like all day just like, oh, I'm gonna create this, and it came to life. Like everything has its process, but to me it's fascinating. I remember starting to study jewelry, and just like my initial, like the time where I had like some like scrap metal and I created into a sheet. Like for me, that was like one of the most exciting days in my life. I was just like, oh my God, I just did this. And every time, I see, for what I can do, but even what others make, just, like how our minds and our hands and, our abilities can create something. The same way now that piercers, like everything it's beautiful on its own, but now like you see piercers matching pieces and creating in a small canvas of an ear or something, and then like you see how like they carefully take this piece from this company and that is its own creation, and it's just really awesome to be able to see it and be a part of it. And yeah, I really I'm really happy now. As I was telling you in the beginning, I was just taking orders. Now I try to keep a stock and like to have like available jewelry, so it's kind of like really grown in that sense, and trying to like to cater more to what shops or piercers need, like on the spot, to have some like some of what we are making but ready. And that's been a little bit of a challenge, but it's been really nice to see how it's growing. So yeah.
I believe you have another video to show as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can we cue that up? Oh, that was some really cool stuff.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. So as much as I've been focusing on the gold, there's still hoops and big pieces that I have no intention of stop making. I feel that even if it's not like the bread and butter for shops, and there's like a lot of people still that use them, and I feel that we're out there, and it's nice to to have something different and be able to create. So
definitely. There was a pair of earrings that I saw on there that had like a bunch of red tones in it with the green. It looked metal. What was that?
I have two styles of them. One are kind of like a I have them here. I'll show you. They're kind of like a leaf shape. Those are called estelas, and they're really, I love them. They're really nice. Some of them they're super big. They're like big, and then
Wow.
small too. I think they're like, I don't know, 3 inches long or something like that. But they're not really heavy piece because it's hollow inside. So it's a patina copper. I make it in a space blue, deep copper, and wine red. That's the one that you saw probably. And so it's a copper, and then on the outside is a brass, like an outline of the piece, and then it's hollow in the center. So even though it's really big, then it's manageable. And I can show you. And then I'm making the same patinas in a different style that are more. I'll show you. So the one that you're saying is like this one. I don't know if you can. I don't know if
Oh,
it's,
that's cool.
That's
yeah.
really neat.
Super neat.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of dark here, but so those are that one, and then I'm making them now. This one is called suka, so this is totally like
very neat.
But there's you know, except each piece is like really, this is like more like the copper, like the deep copper. They're just like really unique, each of them, because this is like the space blue. I don't think it's really, it's kind of dark here. Like I wouldn't have thought, but it's pretty dark. Anyways, so but these are the baby ones. We really like, the tiny ones. And they've been a lot of fun. Each piece is so different because of how the patina comes out. So it's like there's darker and lighter ones, and it's they're fun, nice pieces.
They're similar yet so unique to each individual piece, which is
Yes.
awesome to see.
Yeah, that's true. I also I wanted to tell you that also this year, like like personally, I believe for everybody, it's been a challenge to learn how to navigate it and how to regain our path, or like our floor, like where we are. And even if nothing like extreme is going on, extreme has been all around us. And I would just want to say that like I definitely have gone through like the stress and like that this year has brought. And my heart has gone out to the realities of like social movements that have appeared and or like came to light, because it's something that is definitely not new. And as we know, like the BLM, Black Lives Matter movement came up and has gained strength. Definitely not came up because it's been apart for a long time. Anyways, what I want to say is that I made these pieces. I made 2 different pieces that are not for profit. One is a Reese's golden that is a fist, and the other is a little like BLM logo. And so far we've donated $2,500 that we've raised, and I need to come up like finish up the numbers of the second part of it, and start getting that donation going. I wanted to hear like if people have, we donated it to the to this trans fund that helps give money to people that are trans people that are of color, and just help them in their mission, not so much like corporations, but like individuals. So I really like felt through this organization, but I want to see if other people have other organizations that they would want to see us donating the money to. And so I don't know, I just wanted to take that opportunity to say, if you want to share, like somebody that you think, or what organizations you would want to see that money go to, then, send me a message.
Do you have an email that you'd like people to know to be able to send this message to, or can they contact you through your website?
Yeah, they can contact me through the website, through Instagram, Quetzali Jewelry, at Gmail, quetzalijewelry.com, or Quetzali Jewelry on Instagram. So that's where I am. And yeah, just I just wanted to take that moment to say like we're doing that, and we want to support, and we're here.
That's phenomenal. I always love hearing when people are giving back to communities that they're passionate about and that they care about. And I think that's really what it's all about at the end of the day, is we're all here to support one another. And we can't be successful without the success of everybody else around us. And we just need to take care of one another. So I think that's great. So thank you so much for being on this. I really, really appreciate it. I love seeing all your new jewelry. And again, I just love your positivity and your energy. So I think this was a perfect one to close this out with.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been such a pleasure to see everybody in, and to see you guys, and just to be able to connect, even if virtually, to people out there. And I will be looking forward to seeing you this APP.
Yes.
2021. And, you know, just hanging there, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anna.
Take care.
Take
Bye.
care. Well, I think that wraps up the first ever virtual vendor Splendor.
Oh.
So remember, we've got amazing artists in our industry right now. Great jewelers, great companies, people that give a shit about each other. And we got to remember, vote with your dollars, put them where they need to go in your communities, take care of those around you, and keep body piercing rad as hell. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Baron.
Thank you, Brian.
Let's high five.
High five. Well, that was a good one.
Woo!
All right.
All right. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll do this again soon.